Don't let toxins build up in your body.
Shocking allegations.
Sexually over the age of 18.
Child star Keke Palmer.
They're a little crazy about Rkelly.
Y'all gonna stop coming at my boy Kel. That's what they were talking about over the age of 18.
Child star Keke Palmer is defending the king of R&B despite shocking allegations.
Sexually abusing underage girls.
Keeping a household of young women in a cult-like atmosphere.
I love Rkelly. Why can't she see the truth about him?
You fall in love with the charmer, and then slowly he lets the other one creep in.
It comes in a step-by-step process. Step 1.
It would be a dream come true to work with Rkelly.
Step 2.
I'm here one of my favorite people in the world.
Step 3.
I didn't know.
You have Rkelly. Exactly.
Give you advice. I've been really blessed. Music was something that came so easy to me as a kid. I'm here one of my favorite people in the world.
I'm a biter.
I wish everybody could be obsessed with girls because it's the most inspiring on the planet.
Keke trusted Rkelly's advice, but her mom knew something wasn't right.
Mom became very nervous and cautious. She really wanted to try to protect me as much as she could from the industry.
She'd always tell me that I was too young. And I never could understand what age had to do with singing. When I think about all these early years, her had so many tough times, hard times.
My mom used to always go off on people. I'm just like, damn, Mom, you're just so mean.
My mom wouldn't let them exploit me.
What were they saying to you that made you think you couldn't do it?
It was just the overall voices that I kept hearing from different people, and they would say, you can't really do R&B music. I really allowed them to steal my joy and love for something right from under me. And that was the biggest heartbreak, of my life, was turning my back on music because of what people said.
Keke threw herself into other passions, but she never forgot her love of music.
Keke Palmer grew up in front of our very eyes.
I'm an actress, singer, dancer, host, producer, entertainer.
By the time she turned 20, Keke Palmer had clearly become a force to be reckoned with.
Keke thought she didn't need her mom's protection anymore, but one night it put her in danger.
Just days after being charged with aggravated assault for punching a police officer, singer Trey Songz is now facing more accusations.
I've known Trey since I was 12. He's seen me throughout my life.
There was a party at Trey Songz house, and Keke was there.
I'm at the party, we're having a good time.
They've been giving drinks, and I'm just starting to feel like, I'm being cornered. I keep getting asked and pressure.
Pulling my head, trying to kiss me on my mouth, and me saying no.
I got so overwhelmed with what to do. I hid in the closet because I was so afraid. He starts laughing once he opens up the closet and sees I be in there.
Trapped and alone, Keke realized there was no one else who would defend her.
Sometimes males will use their masculinity to taunt you.
Was it a misunderstanding? Like, you accused him of sexual intimidation?
It wasn't a misunderstanding. Because I was nervous. Think about your first time that you were in a situation where someone challenged you sexually. You don't know how to act.
You don't want that to happen with people that you admire, you love, and you support. You want them to protect you. You don't want them to try to take advantage of you.
And just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, Keke had to face the devastating truth about her former mentor.
Singer Keke Palmer, who calls herself a student of Rkelly, has revealed she spent an hour crying after watching the Lifetime docuseries Surviving Rkelly. A new docuseries details shocking allegations that Rkelly physically and sexually abused women and teenagers.
There's a difference between Rkelly and Robert. Rkelly's this fun, laughing, loving guy, but Robert is the devil. It's the devil.
Rkelly facing charges for being the ringleader of a decades-long scheme to recruit women and underage girls for sex.
The whole thing was eye-opening, painful, sad, disappointing, heartbreaking.
Surprising to you?
Yes, because that's not something you want to hear about somebody that you care for. Because I felt like, man, you were friends to me, but then I'm seeing you as a foe to others, and I'm hurt for them.
Now Keke could see what her mom had been fighting for.
But she was protecting me. She was standing up for me. When you think about the turning point from being a young girl to being a grown woman, it's very fragile.
For 30 years, we were overlooked. For 30 years, people said we were live victims of Rkelly. They weren't believed. And why was that? Blaming the victim.
Keke knew what it was like to not feel heard, and she used her voice to fight back.
We have to start saying no when things don't feel right. And I have to show other young women that you should not let people take advantage of you, no matter who they are.
Certain music industry icons are still keeping their silence, but Keke Palmer is speaking out against her former mentor. In a heartfelt Instagram post, Keke writes, "I am hurt and saddened because Rkelly repeatedly took advantage, and that I cannot accept. I will stand by my sisters because that's simply what's right."
When you name the demons in your life, then you can eradicate.
Rkelly is going to prison. A jury convicted the R&B star on all counts of sex trafficking charges against him.
I had to go through losing my voice and understanding what it was when I had it.
At the end of all of that, I turned to myself and I said, oh, wow, you learned how to do that from your mama.
By using her own voice, Keke found her true power.
Keke Palmer is inspiring millions by unapologetically speaking.
Hold up. What's good, everybody? Week made 912 back in y'all area. And I got a special guest. We got Diva Divine Light. Salute to Diva Divine Light, everybody. How you doing today, Diva? Are you there, Diva? Are you there? Salute, Third Eye. Can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Okay, I'm good. Okay, mate, Diva, your mic is on mute. Are you trying to speak? Maybe she stepped away for a second. Let me turn the music down just a little bit. Okay, so me and Diva Divine Light, she is live on her channel also. So if you're watching from her channel, salute to all y'all over there on her channel also. Here I am. I'm trying to get rolled up, y'all. You know, we got a show coming for y'all today. We gonna get more into should Arcade. I said should Arcade. Should R. Kelly have another chance at freedom? Should he have another chance at freedom? So in order to determine that, we're gonna take some more looks at what's actually going on in his trial. I mean, of course, we're gonna look at the fact that his case could have possibly got botched because like they say, there was a damn, what I just do? Hold up, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. I accidentally kicked myself out. Diva Divine, are you there? Yo, 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 Diva. Diva, Diva, Diva. She probably stepped away from the screen real quick. But like I was saying, we're going to take a look into what's going on.
I did step away. Hey, everybody.
There she go.
Microphone check. Can you hear me?
Yep, yep.
I sound good. I don't sound like I'm in the Matrix.
Nope, nope. You sound perfectly clear.
All right, good. Awesome. So what's up? What's up, Earz? Hey, everybody in the chat. Good evening, everyone.
Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button on y'all way in. Make sure y'all share the content, man. Let everybody know we live. Let everybody know we breaking down this. We're going to take a closer look and look into the law and see what was going on in that case so we can make a conscious decision. Do we want to write the DOJ to really get some justice? But go ahead.
No, we don't need no justice. No,
I mean,
so
we got to see if just. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. But now, how do I start this on my channel? Because I don't even know if it's live on my channel. I don't know. Hey, everybody, I'm live.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're definitely live because I see the people that's in your chat. I see them in my chat. If you see people in your chat and they got this little infinity sign on their avatar, that's people that's in my chat and your chat at the same time. So we're connected together.
Oh, okay. So we are linked up. All right. I wasn't sure.
Right.
Hey, everybody. Right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm sorry I'm on my channel. Let me give everybody a shout out. What's up, everybody? What's up, OCOV in the building? We are streaming from Earz to the Streets TV 2.0. Everybody shout out to him and his crew, the Wabbit Hunters. Those are our newfound friends. So say what's up to everybody. Hello, everybody.
And salute the OCO. Salute to the OCO community.
Okay, salute to OCO. Salute to the Wabbit Hunters. We are now allies in these YouTube streets in this R. Kelly sector. He decided to help us out in this fight. You go, boy.
You know, I got it, man. You know what I mean? We got to take a stance, man. It just kind of happened around the right time. I mean, because I'm under a major attack. I got people trying to put this type of behavior on me, and we got to separate the fucking two. You can't say because somebody had a girlfriend a little bit younger than them that mean they're a pedophile. Like, people are playing some kind of game. So we have to break down the seriousness of these type of words and see what this man actually was doing in real life.
Right.
Stop playing with this type of stuff.
Right. A lot of times the supporters always scream about the girls, the girls, the girls. But what about the boys?
What about the boys?
Right. What about the boys? There were boys that were abused. Not one, but two. And he even had another lover that we know of because Geronda Pace had spoke about it on Tasha K's channel, how she had threesomes with R. Kelly and his partner, Bubba, a.k.a. Jeremy. I think it's Jeremy or Jeremiah is his real name, something like that.
Okay, let's get into it. Let's pull up this. Let's pull up this paperwork. Cause we can't just talk to the people. Let's show them. Let's tell them. Let's show them. Let's get into it.
All right.
Hey,
so
honey.
I guess I can share my screen, or you want to share the document you have?
Yeah, here you go. I see it. You say you're sharing the screen. Do you know a Derek?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Holy?
share it now.
Do you know a Derek? Oh, okay. Somebody was coming up here. Their name was Derek Holy. They left. Anyway, so it's cool. It's cool.
No, I don't know. I don't know no Derek Holy.
And we did leave the link up. You know, we don't want to just be up here talking. If you got a difference of opinion or something like that, come on up here. Bring your motherfucking receipts up. Cause we got receipts.
Right.
We don't mind the debate, but shit, don't think that you're gonna come up here and cakewalk some shit. We don't mind the debate. I don't anyway.
Right.
So yeah, do you know how to share your screen?
For some reason, I'm having an issue. Yeah, but for some reason, my thing is not working out here. So I guess you're gonna have to do it on your screen, brother, because my screen is bugging out right now.
Okay.
I'm trying to present it, and it's blanking out. It's weird. So like I go to the window and I go to share my window, and every time I go to share the window, it goes blank.
The window is black. The window is black.
That's weird.
Are you sharing it from
and it's
like
only doing it to that one app?
Are you sharing like a video, or are you sharing like a document?
I'm trying to share my PDF app.
You should
a document, my PDF app. Yeah, I usually share it, but it's being weird.
If it's on your computer, you should be able to hit like share and go to video file. If it's on your computer, and then you can pull up your video file. You should be able to share it like that too. But you were trying to share another tab, correct?
Right. I'm trying to share my other tab, which is where I have my shit. Like, why is it doing that?
Now, it might can do, like I said, it might can pull it up when you just pull up your video file. Somebody say you got two open. It say you got two videos open.
Hold on. Okay, see, that's why I'm saying. So I have to close this video out. I have two StreamYards open. Is that supposed to happen?
No. Close one of your StreamYards. Maybe that's it. Close the one you ain't using. Keep the one you are. Or just pick one.
So
and then
maybe that's why this is bugging out. Okay, hold up. All right, let me see if this one's. All right, so now I left the other StreamYard. Okay, so let me do it this way. Maybe it'll work this way. Hold on. Maybe that was the problem. Let's see.
Yeah, somebody said
every time I click
two lines up. Salute the two
smart
shit.
Do you see it now?
Oh yes. Here we go.
Okay,
so y'all, we got the ball rolling. One second. I want to put a little
stuff, guys.
Oh, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. Salute to Too Smart for getting the membership. I appreciate you. If y'all want, man, the membership over here is $2.99. Get your Wabbit Hunter membership. That way, when Earz be messy as a motherfucker, sometimes I put it on members only.
Yes.
So
yes.
y'all don't want to miss the really messy stuff that's really funny.
All right. So, guys. Okay. Can I see the comments in the chat?
You should be able to. Okay.
I got it. Yep. I got it.
I'm gonna blow my screen up a little bit more so they can see it. But it's on you. I'll let you lead the charge, and I'll just, put my 2 cents in where it needs to be.
Yes, sir. Just pause me whenever you want to say something or you have a question. Be free to interrupt me. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, guys. So what we are going to listen to right now is part of the Eastern District of New York racketeering case against Rkelly, which he was convicted of 30 years for. Okay. And the testimony we're going to go through today is Lewis. Now, Lewis is a young man that he met in McDonald's back in 2006. This boy was 17 years old at the time. Now, in 2000,
I got a question. Do we know how old Kelly was at the time?
He was in his 40s.
Okay. So this is a 40-year-old man meeting a 17-year-old boy. Remember, we're about to talk about the boys now.
Wait, he was 2006. He was in his late 30s. I'm sorry, almost 40.
Okay.
Because then when he met Azriel, it was in his 40s. So he was in his 30s.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah, he was in his 30s and the boy was 17. So what this boy also did back in 2019 was try to bribe Azriel Clary $500,000 to not testify against Rkelly. It wound up being that once Azriel joined to cooperate with the feds in January of 2020, they asked for permission to wiretap her conversations because she told them that she was being harassed by certain members of Rkelly's entourage. Okay. So they decided to wiretap her phones and they got conversations that they needed. And then they wound up pressing charges against this boy, Lewis. His real name is Richard Arline, but in the document, he has a pseudonym and it's Lewis. So now he gets locked up and they're going to charge him with bribery and trying to intimidate a witness. They dropped one of the charges and then they went with the bribery charge. Then towards the end, after Rkelly got convicted,
which kind of turns into, which is part of the RICO, correct?
He wasn't part of the RICO. No.
I mean, not part of the RICO. I'm sorry, part of the Mann Act and racketeering, correct?
Yes, he was definitely part of the racketeering. Yes.
Okay.
He was. Now, Lewis is not a charged act. You understand?
Okay.
He is a bad act, which is victim witnesses that come forward to testify against their abuser, but they are not part of the case. They are just witness/victims. They're not part of the case as far as charges against Rkelly. So they are what they call uncharged acts.
So they're not doing it. They're not doing it to get their crime lesson like some people.
No, they're not. They're just doing it to be a witness to corroborate as evidence. You understand? So his testimony is corroborating evidence to Rkelly's abuse of women and also part of the racketeering to where his entourage helped him with phone numbers and flights and booking hotels and giving the girls food and things of this nature. So now we're going to get into his, so Lewis wound up getting, at the end, he had a sentencing hearing, and they wound up giving him, what do you call that when all the charges are like, they're not
Immunity.
dropped, but
immunity,
no,
where you can't incriminate yourself.
No, that's the Fifth Amendment. They gave him time served. There you go.
Okay.
They gave him time served because it took 2 years to go to court. So technically, they gave him the 2 years time served, and then they gave him a fine of $10,000, I believe it was, that he has to pay.
Mm.
And they let him out.
And that's for trying to bribe her to not, because he was pretty much an agent to try to stop her from talking.
Right. And then the prosecutors pressed charges against him, but being that they used him as a victim witness, he got off. You know what I mean?
Okay, but they just pretty much knew that he was a boy that was sexually involved and with Rkelly.
Yeah, because he was in videos and pictures.
Oh, because they got the video, so they're like, "Oh, this is a guy that was in it. So let's see if he want to work with us."
This is the guy that was in it. Yes, as well as the other kid, I believe Alex is his name.
See, because what people want to not believe and they want to try to make up like, "Oh, all these people have motivation." Yeah, because it's just like y'all want to always connect the drug shit and all that to it. Okay, let's do that. Just like if they catch another drug dealer, but he's not the biggest drug dealer, they're gonna squeeze his ass. Okay, we can let you
They
go.
just
Cool.
want the big fish. This is what they did in this case.
We see you. They look at him like, we see you in the video. Okay, you can pretend like you don't know shit or whatever. Cool, but we actually we can actually charge you because we got evidence that you tried to bribe this woman.
Right, now, and you're lucky we're not charging you. We're only charging you with 6 girls.
Right. So
technically, all together in this case alone, there was 22 victims. 22 guys, 22 victims. But Rkelly was only being charged with 6.
Somebody said, was he the one that tried to set the car or the house on fire?
No. Oh, that's Michael Williams. That's another story. We could get to that another day too.
Oh, damn. Boy, this shit getting juicy. Boy, I didn't know they had all this going on, man. Why we ain't been covering this?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why people are saying Rkelly needs a fair trial. For what?
Shit, for what? This is all we need to know. Do y'all really want to hear all this over again? Like on the tax?
There was a preponderance of evidence against this man.
Y'all say I got an echo?
Preponderance. That means evidence on top of evidence, on top of evidence, on top of evidence. He couldn't fight. He had no real defense. He could not fight. He only had 5 people to come and help him out with his case. The government had 50. What? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's lopsided there.
Right. So let's get into the document here because it's about maybe a 3-hour read. All right, guys. It's about 3 hours. So I'm going to try to skip through some of the stuff, kind of. So it's not so long. Okay, so all right. So she's just basically giving him rules right now. And now it's going to be direct examination by Miss Geddes, who was the prosecutor in the case. She was the head prosecutor. Okay, so she says, "Good afternoon, Lewis. When you see the question, that's the prosecutor. When you see A, that is the witness." Okay, so the prosecutor says, "Good afternoon." The witness says, "Hello." She says, "I'm showing the witness only what is marked for identification as Government's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize what is shown in Government's Exhibit 64? He says, "Yes." "What is that?" "It's me. Is that a photo of you? Yes. Approximately how old were you when this photograph was taken? He said 16 or 17 years old. Right? Okay.
16 or 17? Wow.
Right. Right. Because it was probably right before he turned 17 or exactly at 16. He don't remember exact time. I mean, it was so long ago. The guy is like 32 years old. This happened how many years ago? His last time he was with Rkelly was in 2019. But he's been with Rkelly since 2006. So now, all right, then she asks him underneath the photograph, is that your true first and last name? He says yes. Then she let everybody know that his real name is not Lewis, but they're going to use the name Lewis. Okay. Then she asks him, how old are you today? He said 32 years old. She asked him, are you working? He said no. He asked if she asked if he was previously employed. He said yes. What type of work do you do? He's a warehouse manager. Are you married? Yes. Do you have children? Yes. When were you born? February 11th of 1989. Now, this is another thing that gets me upset. That they always say, oh, but they weren't young. Hello, they got everybody's birth certificates and IDs stating how old they are. So if they do math, they'll figure out how old they were in 1999.
So hold on, let's do a little age check right here. Because I'm 39 right now. I was born in 84.
Okay.
Rkelly's what, 55 right now?
He's actually 56 or 7.
So he's 20.
Rkelly was born in 1968.
So he's 16 years old. So he's 20 years older than this guy.
Right. This is what Rkelly does. He's usually more than 12 years the person's senior.
He was old enough to be this boy's daddy. Y'all let that sink in. But continue.
Then what neighborhood is he from? He's from Hazel Crest, Illinois. He went to Hillcrest High School. He did graduate high school. He graduated in 2007. Now, she asks him, so based on being born in 1989, fair to say you turned 18 in February of your senior year of high school? He said yes. So in 2006, he was 17 years old. Then she asked him about interests, what kind of music he likes. Then she said, were you interested as a spectator or a performer? And he said, as an artist. She asked if he worked during high school. He said, yes. She said, where do you work? He said, McDonald's. Then she said, during high school, when you were working at the McDonald's, where was it located? And he said, Markham, Illinois. She said, do you remember when you started working at the McDonald's in Markham? He said, yes. She said, when was that? He said his sophomore year in high school. Okay. All right. Then she shows a picture of the high school. Okay, then she shows the witness the McDonald's in Markham. Then she asks him, are those photographs of the McDonald's, of how the McDonald's appeared when you were working there in high school? And he said yes. Okay, then she says, I'm showing what is in evidence as government's exhibit number 1. Do you recognize the individual shown in the government's exhibit number 1? He said yes. She said, who is that? He said, Robert Kelly. She said, do you personally know Robert Kelly? He said, yes. She said, do you see him in the courtroom today? He said, yes. She said, can you point to him and describe an article of his clothing? He said, right there. He has a blue jacket. Then the judge said, indicating the defendant, Ms. Getty says, thank you. Then she questions him and says, do you recall where you were when you first met the defendant? He said, yes. She said, where were you when you first met the defendant? He said, McDonald's. She said, what were you doing at the McDonald's? He said, I was working the drive-thru. Where did you first encounter the defendant? He said, at the drive-thru window. She said, I'm showing what's in evidence 522B. Is this the photograph that you just identified of the drive-thru? He said, yes. She said, what happened when you were working at the drive-thru, when you encountered the defendant? He said, I was working the night shift overnight. The Maybach came up to the window. It was a driver up there. And the next thing I know, the Maybach moved forward. And Mr. Kelly asked me, who was the lady working that was behind me, which was the manager. And I told him who she was. And he told me, can I hook it up? Rkelly trying to hook up with the manager at the freaking McDonald's. Okay.
I mean, we can't make this shit up. I mean, at the McDonald's, he knows where the poor people are. You know, you go roll up on the McDonald's worker. He was like, oh, that's Rkelly.
Right.
Hell yeah. That's crazy, man. Go ahead, though. You see, a lot of my supporters are surprised by this because they didn't know about the boys. They only knew about the little girls. No, my people, you're breaking some news, so go ahead.
Okay, yeah, there's two boys, guys. Two boys, okay? This is the first one. So now, he says, so I went over there and told the lady. She didn't know who he was. She was like Hispanic. She didn't know who he was. So I just told her, the guy that sings I Believe I Can Fly. And I went back and told her. She was like, yeah. And then I went back to the window, told him that she just wanted his number. And he looked at me like, you really did that for me? I said, yeah. He gave me 2 pieces of paper, one for her and one was for me. He told me, hit him up to hang out sometime. Now, Rkelly just gave his number to the Spanish girl who's the manager of the McDonald's, along with the 17-year-old kid in the window, and told the kid in the window, yeah, call me so we can hang out.
He just passing his number out to the whole McDonald's staff. Like, yeah, y'all hit me up. Hey, oh, man, stop it. And he probably taking a little girl to McDonald's.
Right. He does take the girls to McDonald's to eat. Okay. So then now the prosecutor asks him, how old were you when you met the defendant at the drive-thru at the McDonald's? He said 17. She said, what year in high school were you? He said senior. She said, you mentioned the Maybach. What do you know about a Maybach? He said, Maybach, it's a vehicle. She said, who was in the Maybach when you encountered the defendant? He said, Robert Kelly and the driver. There was also a driver there. He said, yes. She said, you mentioned you had previously seen that Maybach at the McDonald's. He said, yes. She said, so on prior occasions, when you had seen the Maybach, where was the defendant at the time? He said, I would never see him, but it normally would only be the driver that speaks at the window. She says, so it was the little bit different because you actually saw the defendant in the Maybach at that time. He said, yes. Then she said, what was on the piece of paper, the 2 pieces of paper that the defendant gave you that day? He said, his phone number. She said, what, if anything, did you do with those 2 pieces of paper? He said, actually, I threw the one away for the lady. She didn't know who he was, so I threw that one away. And I kept the other one, and gave it to my mother. So the boy gave the mother Rkelly's phone number after he got it. You know, when he went home, he gave it to his mom. So
like he trying to get his mom, like he thought his mama wanted. He don't want your old ass mama. He wants you, boy.
No, I think he gave it to his mother for the purpose of because he wanted a career in music as well. So she could be in contact with him and try to hook her son up. That's what that was about. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. So then the prosecutor says, you said you threw away the paper. Did you tell the defendant you were going to throw away the paper? He said, no. She said, why did you give the other piece of paper, the other one you didn't throw away, to your mom? He said, because I was too nervous to call myself. She said, did you see what your mother, if anything, your mom did with that piece of paper? He said, yes. She said, what did she do? He said, put it in her Bible, and she eventually called him.
Oh Lord, that Bible probably burnt the fuck up. Wherever she put it. Wherever she put it, that shit got a burn streak in it.
It was burning in there, made a
That
hole.
joker was burning, boy. She put that joker in the Bible. Oh Lord.
So then she asks him, were you present when your mom called that telephone number? He said, yes. She said, and were you able to hear the conversation? He said, yes. She said, how were you able to hear the conversation? She had it on speakerphone. What did you hear your mother say when she called the telephone number that the defendant gave to you on that piece of paper? Then all of a sudden, Rkelly's lawyer says, objection! The judge said, overruled. Then he answered, she was just telling him on the phone how I was a big fan of his music and I was like a rapper, coming up rapper, and let him know how much of a fan I was and I would be willing, that I would love to work with him on my music. Then she says, how, if at all, did the defendant respond after your mom told him about your musical aspirations? He said, well, he said he appreciated that we was fans of his music and that he was going to have a party coming up.
So hold on, he had never actually listened to the boy music.
Nope, not at
So
all.
he's talking about helping the boy with his career and all that. Never listened to his boy music. Why the hell the mama ain't think like, okay, hold on, there's something strange about this?
She didn't, not yet, because remember, it's just about getting to know him in the moment and seeing what can happen. But it gets deeper.
And then y'all got to remember, they didn't know at the time. Now they didn't know that he was a sexual deviant the way he was.
Right. They didn't know that he was a sexual deviant like that. In 2006, yes, rumors were flying around. Now remember, guys, he was awaiting trial in 2006.
And a lot of people didn't want to believe it. They were like, nah, but maybe in Chicago that tape was floating around. So at the same time, that mother had to at least have it in her head. But she probably was thinking, well, not my boy. Maybe he's messing with little girls, but he wouldn't be messing with a little boy.
Right. Nobody knew about boys. There was no rumors about boys. It was just girls. So now remember, in 2002 is when he was charged with the child pornography, right? Right? His trial didn't start until 6 years later in 2008. Now, in between this time of 2002 to 2008 that he's on trial, he's committing this crime. While he's waiting for trial, he's picking up a 17-year-old boy at a
Let that sink in, y'all. While he's waiting for trial, he's still picking up boys and girls. So think about if we get this nigga a retrial right now, while he's waiting for trial, he's liable to be picking up your daughter or your son. Because even when he got out in 2008 and beat that charge, what was he doing? Still recruiting boys and girls.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. And the one that he wound up picking up at his trial was Geronda Pace in 2008. But he finally got together with her in 2009 and was with her for about 6 to 8 months. And she was only 16 years old. And he told her, it's okay. Look like you're 19 and act like you're 21. All right. So now remember, that's why R. Kelly's bond was revoked and he wasn't allowed out on bail. Because then he would still be committing crimes like he did here. Because he was out on bail and waiting for his trial from 2002 to 2008. He met this boy in 2006. He was still committing crimes. That's why they revoked his bond. They said, no, you're not getting out ever. Never. No bond for you, my man. Okay? So now, then the prosecutor asked him, and did he provide any additional information about the party? And then Lewis says, yes, he told my mother that me and my father and her could come to the party. You see how he tried to groom the parents?
He always bring along the parents. It's like they say, the parents are always selling the kids.
He's got to groom the parents. It's got to be, he's one of those predators that are hidden in plain sight. He does things in plain sight.
I wonder did he try to fuck the parents too? Because he known for fucking parents too.
He allegedly, according to people, he did Aaliyah's mother. Okay, we know that for a fact. According to other people that were around them, allegedly. Let's just say that because she hasn't herself come out and say anything, or he did either. But I believe he did mention something about it in the mitigation report. I forgot. When you get a chance, check out that mitigation report I sent you. So now she questions him. So now, at the time that your mother first called the defendant, had you spent any time in a recording studio? He said, yes. She said, doing what? He said, making demos, like 1 or 2 songs. And when you said, did you say making demos? Is that correct? He said, yes, demo tapes. She said, featuring your music? He said, yes. She said, did you attend the party that the defendant mentioned in that first phone call? He said, yes. She said, where was the party held? He said, at his house in Olympia Fields. She said, where within the defendant's house in Olympia Fields was that party? He said, in the front room, the living room. She said, do you remember when that party was? He said, I just remember it like around the holidays because I just remember it being cold outside and him giving a Christmas tree and everything. It just seemed like it was a holiday around that time, maybe November, December. She said, of 2006, your senior year? He said, yes. She said, who, if anyone, came with you to that party at the defendant's house in Olympia Fields? He said, my mother and father. Then she asks, and just to be clear, when you're talking about your mom and your dad, was it your biological father or somebody else? He said, my stepfather. She said, at the defendant's party at Olympia Fields that you attended with your parents, did you recognize anyone at the party? He said, yes. She said, who did you recognize there? He said, Rkelly and George Daniels. Then Mr. Keke, R. Kelly's lawyer, said, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. And then the witness said, George Daniels and Rkelly. Then the prosecutor asks him, so who did you understand George Daniels to be? And he said, someone that helped develop artists. That's who I thought it was, because around I heard that he helped artists. So Ms. Getty says, I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification. So she showed a picture of Mr. Daniels. Then she says, what if any interaction did you have with George Daniels at the defendant's party? He said, my mom told him she had let him know about my good music, so that I was an upcoming artist trying to get into the music industry. Then she says, and did you hear how George Daniels responded? He said, yes. He would say, we should try to get him to work with Rob. And if he is willing, what do you want to do? Then Ms. Getty says, and was the defendant present for that initial conversation between your mom and George Daniels? He said, no. Did you have an opportunity to speak with the defendant at that first party that you attended in Olympia Fields? He said, yes. And what was the context in which you spoke with the defendant? He said, so we had took a picture together. George Daniels had took it on my phone at the time. He had took the picture. And after the picture, he just told me in my ear that maybe it would be best sometime if I come to the party by myself. So R. Kelly's taking a picture, whispers in this kid's ear and says, listen, maybe you should come to the party next time by yourself, okay? Okay? Wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
Okay? So now she asks, now, you said that we had taken a picture together. Who do you mean by we in that sentence? He said, Robert.
And he ain't free.
Okay. And was George Daniels present when there was a picture taken? He said, yes. He took the picture. Using your phone? He said, yes. And who was the picture of? He said, me and Robert. And how did it come to be that George Daniels took a picture of you and Robert? He said he had told him that this kid is trying to do music and maybe you should give him a shot. Then she says, George Daniels told the defendant that you were trying to do music. Is that right? He said, yes. Now, you said that someone whispered something in your ear. Is that correct? He said, yes. Who whispered something in your ear? He said, Robert.
Ain't no man supposed to be whispering in no boy ear.
Okay.
But
right. He said, next time come by yourself. Wink, wink. I can't. So then the question next is the defendant. He said, yes. What did the defendant say to you? He said that it would be best if I come by myself to the party sometime. She said, and who had you come to the party with? He said, my parents. Did you see the defendant again after that party? He said,
I wonder if Kwame was at that party. Sorry to interrupt. But hey, it was the people at that party, boy. Some kind of way he got Kwame number.
Who knows, right?
Boy,
Who knows?
Who knows who was at that party?
Right.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to cut in with that one.
Kwame, were you hanging out? So now the prosecutor says, how did you come to see the defendant again? He said, my mom took me over there to go to the studio. She said, how did it come to be that you were going to the studio with your mom? He said, my mom called him again. She said, were you present for that conversation? He said, yes. And what, if anything, did you hear your mom say when she called the defendant a second time? He said, still telling him that I wanted to do the music and I've been working on my music. How did the defendant respond during that phone conversation? He said, he told my mother to bring me back to the studio. Where was the studio located? He said, downstairs. Downstairs with the respect to what? He said, oh, downstairs at the house in Olympia Fields. The same location where the party was held? He said, yes. And did you, in fact, go back to the defendant's house? He said, yes. Who brought you there and how did you get there? He said, my mother. And did your mother stay with you at the defendant's house that day? He said, no. She said, what did she do? She dropped me off at the gate. Can you describe the outside of the defendant's house in Olympia Fields? He said, when you first arrive, it's a big black gate. It's a very long driveway. House is right in front of you. Very big house. And to your right is a garage. Now Ms. Geddes is showing him a picture of the house. He says he recognizes the house. Da 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 da. Then she says, just to be clear, is this the house that you went to for both the party and that second time when your mother dropped you off? He said, yes. She said, when you went to the defendant's house that second time, how were you able to get through the gate? He said, security at the gate. She said, do you recall who was present serving as security? He said, yes. Her name was Candy. Now she's showing exhibit of Candy. Yes, who is that? Candy. Okay, and is that Candy who helped you through the gate that day? He said, yes. What happened after your mom dropped you off at the studio? He said, I had got to the studio. I had to wait for a little while, sat in the waiting area to wait. Then Robert came down, him and another gentleman. We went into the studio together and he was like, all right, let me hear what you got. At the time, I had it was like a cassette tape with instrumental on it already. Instrumental. It had the instrumental on the tape. I played the tape and I started to rap for them. So she says, when you said Robert, who were you referring to? He said, Rkelly. And how did they respond after you started to rap to the instrumentals on the cassette tape that you brought? He said, they say I sounded pretty good. They said, you got some potential. What, if anything, did you hear them say? He said, they told me I got some potential. Now, did you recognize or did you learn the name of the other individual who was there that day? He said, yes. Who was that? He said, name was Pat. What did you understand Pat's role to be? Why was he there? Why did you understand he was there? He was like, I'm not sure if he like music, like someone that helps with music, like the production of the music. So Ms. Geddes now is showing the witness exhibit of the picture of Pat. Now, okay, they're showing, okay. Then she says, now after you performed for the defendant and he indicated that you had talent, or they indicated that you had talent, what happened? He said he had left out for a while. He said he had something else to do. He left out for a while and I was still there with Pat. And he told Pat to play a couple of more beats for him and see what he can do on those beats. And what did you do? He said, I stayed there and I rapped with him. And she said, with Pat? He said, yes. She said, what happened after that? Then he said, after about an hour or so, Rob came back and asked, how did it go? And Pat told him that he believed I got some talent. You should give him a shot. And what happened next? Rob invited me to come back the next day. He said, come back tomorrow. We'll work on some more stuff. Did you, in fact, come back the next day? He said, yes. And where did you go? He said, to the studio again. And this was the studio at the defendant's house in Olympia Fields? He said, yes. Then she said, what happened when you went back the next day? He said, they put me in like another room in the studio, downstairs in the studio area, and they played. And they had a beat already selected for me, and they told me to write to it, and that they was going to put me in the studio to record it. She says, now you said that they had put you in a room. Who are you referring to when you say they? He said, Rob told his engineers to put me in a room and play the track for me and let me write to it. And what did you do then? He said, spent about an hour or so in the room and was writing to the beat. And she said, and who, if anyone, was present in the room with you when you were doing that? It was just me in the room. And what happened after you spent an hour in that room by yourself? He said, then I went into the recording studio and recorded that song. And was anyone present while you recorded that song? He said, yes. She said, who was present? One of the engineers, he said. And what happened after you recorded the song? He said, after I recorded it, maybe about a little while later, maybe 30, 40 minutes, not sure. It was a little while after. Then Rob came downstairs. He let the song play for me only 5 seconds and said he didn't like it. And when you said he let the song play for only 5 seconds, what song are you referring to? He said the one that I had recorded, that I just recorded. And who was the he who let the song play for only 5 seconds? He said Rkelly. And he said he didn't like it. Is that correct? He said correct. What did you do after the defendant said he didn't? Oh, by the way, the 5 seconds that he been played, what part was played during those 5 seconds? He said, just the beat. Then all of a sudden she asks, did it feature your actual performance?
What the fuck? Hold up. So you give a man the beat. You tell him to rap or sing on it. So he rap or sing on it for an hour. Then you play it, and as soon as you turn it on, that shit be like, I don't like this shit. You ain't got no damn talent.
Right.
What the fuck?
But he's playing with him. You see how he's playing with him?
Right.
This is why they say that he coerces them.
Right.
This is the coercion. This is the persuasion. He's persuading him by dangling his future. Is there a echo? I hear an echo.
My bad. It probably was from I'm on my cell phone. I'm outside, so that's why I keep putting it on mute. I don't know why.
Okay. Got you, puppy. All right, so that's what he does. This is where the coercion and persuasion and enticement comes in, because Rkelly enticed him and persuaded him and coerced him to be there. He pretended like, oh, I like your music. Yeah, those beats sound like they could be something. Go work with the engineers and I'll come back. He came back and then he was like, oh, this is trash. But then, check it out, what happens. Then she says, did it feature your actual performance on there? He said, we didn't get to that part yet. Then she says, what happened after the defendant told you he didn't like it? He told me that I should go back in there and put more effort into it. He was the king of R&B, so I needed to put more effort into it. What did you do? I felt kind of discouraged, so I just went in there and just said anything, and I left. Where did you leave? You say, where did I leave? She said, you said you left. Where did? And he said, I left to the studio. And how old were you when you went to the defendant's studio those first 2 times? He said 17. She said, did you see the defendant again after that? He said, yes. Where did you next see the defendant? Oh boy, here we go, guys. Brace yourself. All right, everybody in the building needs to be over 18. I don't know if your channel is made for children, but this is a little triggering, all right, guys? It's
all right, shit.
Okay?
All right, shit. Salute Unity. Salute Deron B. Salute everybody that just pulled up. We're taking for everybody that just pulled up. We're taking a look into more of this this case, looking into the law, see if the case was something that we should be hitting up the DOJ and say this man needs a fair case. You know, yeah, we're gonna think about the email shit, but we want to look into the case also to see if hell, we don't give a damn about the email as much as we care about if your ass guilty or not. Not me anyway.
Right.
So,
we need to know the facts of the case before people actually go jumping out there for him.
Right.
Because the only reason why he would get a new trial is because of the wrongdoings or mistakes that happened during trial.
Right.
Those emails were not during trial. Like the prosecutor said, This has nothing to do with the case. Remember that that I was showing you that the paperwork that was put in by the prosecutor debunking all this shit. The prosecutor said it. This has nothing to do with the case. This email stuff has nothing to do with his case. Who gives a shit? Case closed. They closed the case. They opened it. They investigated it. They wound up getting an affidavit to have a search warrant. They searched the computers. They found out what they found out and realized there was nothing there. Case closed. That's it. But come to find out today, Bonjean had made an announcement. Matter of fact, let me stop sharing real quick. Let me find this first. Hold on. I want to show you guys. Bonjean today put out a tweet on Twitter. Let me see it first. Let me find it. Let me find the tweet, guys. Give me 1 second. So, the only thing that goes into an appeal is prosecutorial mistakes, things that were wrong in the case. You know, if there was any ineffective counsel, maybe the jury was tainted somehow, you know, things of this nature. That's what they're going to talk about. They're not going to talk about the damn emails. They don't give a shit about that. That was not part of the case. And like we said, the girl Azriel left Rkelly way back when in November of 2019. And she decided to cooperate in 2020.
And like Miss Martin Moss says, I appreciate the $4.99. She said, if the prosecution never used the emails during the actual trial, then Rkelly has no argument for appeal. Those are
Thank
facts.
you.
Big facts.
That is
Those
a fact.
Big facts. Also,
Thank
hold on.
you.
While I got that up there, let me show some respect to the other people who have hit the super chat. I was not
Yes,
ignoring
sir.
y'all. I just didn't want to break her stride. Salute to Helima. Salute Earz. Diva Divine Light. Great content. Many teachable moments. Salute to you, Helima. I appreciate the 10. Empress Lily says, shake my head at the details. I told you, man, a lot of my people, they didn't know the actual detail. You coming over here and shedding some light. Purple, salute to you for the $9.99 super sticker.
Oh, my purple. I love you.
Purple.
That's my sister.
Oh, okay. Salute to you, Purple.
That's my sister.
Okay. Well, if you stamped her, she good over here. Salute to you.
Yes, that's my sister.
Yes,
Thank you, guys. OCOV in the building for supporting the channel, guys. Thank you for showing love.
And one more. Salute to Empress Lily again. She said, is it true he is getting Bill Cosby attorney for appeal?
That is his. She was, Jennifer Bonjean is working his appeal, and she also helped him fight his Chicago federal case.
Feather, the guest is Diva Divine Light. Drop that link so my subscribers can make sure to sub up to your channel.
Okay. Give me one.
Salute, Unity. I appreciate you, man. Unity says, great job, great content. Yes, sir. You know, Earz try to bring you good content. And I hooked up with somebody who else
You're going in and out, brother.
Great content. So trust me, this ain't gonna be the first or the last time that y'all gonna see her over here. I love the way she does her breakdown. She's very thorough. But let me shut my mouth because you're doing a great job.
Now, guys, I'm gonna share this. Thank you, honey. And I'm gonna share this with you guys real quick, just to show you. Let me stop this one screen. This is exclusive news. This came out today. Guys. Hold on. Here, this is the one. Okay, you see my screen? Can y'all see that? All right. Now, Jennifer Bonjean, who was also Bill Cosby appeal lawyer. So whoever said that, yes, you are correct. That's who she is. She had put up this Twitter today stating, spoke to R. Kelly yesterday. He again thanks everyone for their continued support. On advice of counsel, he will not be doing interviews for the time being as we prepare to file our lawsuit. Look forward to sharing it. So, this is the only thing that R. Kelly can do. He can only sue the BOP because of what the BOP officer did. That's the only thing.
And that's what I was saying the other day when we looked it up.
Yep.
The only thing it is a civil suit. She could get fired, and it's a civil suit.
That's it. It's a civil suit. He can't do anything else. He ain't locking nobody up. Ain't nobody getting locked up. He's just gonna sue. That's it. That's all. That's all he can do. He can't do nothing else.
I mean, that's just what we looked up. Line loss. It could be speculation, but I pulled it up on Google. You know what I mean? So it like I said from the day one, if there's actual law broken, I can agree to, hey, do a retrial. You know what I'm saying? But we got to see if there was a law broken first.
Right.
And outside of that, let's look into the details. Let's see if this man did not get a fair trial. Continue on. Let me pull the screen back up.
Now let me share my link. Yeah, I'm gonna share my link in your chat. Is Queen Brill in here? Is Queen Brill in here? Queen, can you please share my YouTube link if you in here? I don't know if Queen's in here. Queen, can you share my link, Queen? Thank you, Mama. Okay. All right, so we're back. Okay. Let me get to my screen here. Okay. So now, like I said, guys, trigger warning, flag, flag, flag. Okay. Now, the prosecutor says, where did you next see the defendant? He said, at the gym. What gym did you see him at? He said, Markham Fieldhouse. And what was in the Markham Fieldhouse? He said, a basketball court. Where was the Markham Fieldhouse in relation to the McDonald's that you worked? The one in Markham. He said, around the corner. The house was around the corner from the fucking McDonald's, guys. The gym was around the corner. The basketball court was around the corner.
How far was his house from all this? From the basketball court?
30 minutes or half an hour, something like that. He said earlier, 30 minutes or half an hour away.
So he lived 30 minutes and half an hour away from the McDonald's that he allegedly frequently hung around, and the basketball court that he pretty much played at a lot.
Right.
Is it his old neighborhood or something, or is it something that...
No, not his old neighborhood, because remember, he used to live in the projects.
Okay.
He used to live in the south side and moved to the other side.
Okay.
You know? So, like, he moved to the south side of the suburbs. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but I'll take it as, because, see, I would travel to go to a decent court, so I ain't gonna blame him for going to that court. And maybe the McDonald's are close. I give him a bit of
always That's like my nephew. He goes far to go to a court.
Yeah, they get a decent court where niggas ain't shooting.
Yeah, he likes
shit,
the court.
you know.
It's gotta be like flat. It's gotta be good rims. Like
right. You gotta know the people gonna be there. Ain't gonna be about the bullshit. You ain't gonna be outnumbered. You know. So I get it when you want to go to a decent court. You might travel, so I'm not going to count that.
Wait, now, just to let you know that R. Kelly in every state must find a basketball.
Right. Now I did know the rumors that
yes,
he was
he
an
has to
avid
play.
basketball
He has
player.
to play every. It
And I
doesn't
get
matter
that.
when he's on tour. He's got to stop at a mall. He has to stop at a McDonald's.
I've heard
He has
about
to
that.
stop at a basketball court. Yes,
I've heard about that, and I
this
can
is
understand
his
that.
routine. He has a routine. That's why Azriel and the girls said he's boring, because everything was always a routine, and they didn't start their day till 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Now I agree right here, Line Lots. We're speculating right here. Man, pull up, bro. You know, let's have a great debate, man. You know, no tension and nothing like that. We need somebody to come up here and ask us the hard questions or give the hard pushback. You know what I'm saying? If anybody disagree, y'all don't sit there and just feel like it's a one-way side. Pull up. You know, we adults here. We can have good civilized conversation. Nobody's gonna call each other out of names. We're just speculating on what's going on. And I appreciate anybody that has a strong disagreement. That way we don't get away with just speculating. We can you can force us to pull up whatever we're saying.
Right. We got the facts in our hand. Right.
Right. Let's continue
All
on.
right.
Salute Jacqueline Jones.
Yes. And if anybody wants to hit me up with a cash app, it's $ Diva Divine Light. Thank you. If you can, love
Put
bug,
your
my
cash app on the screen. What?
Grill.
Cash app on
Oh,
the
I
screen.
do it is? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was showing or not. Okay.
Oh, is it showing
Thank
over
you,
here?
baby.
It's not showing over here, but
Okay.
I can put it up over here too.
Okay. Thank you, baby.
Text it to me so I make sure I put it up the right way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're absolutely right. I'm gonna text it to you now. So now, so now the prosecutor asks him, how did you end up seeing the defendant at those basketball courts? Okay, then he said, because the last time I was at the studio, Junebug, one of his assistants, had told me if I can't get in contact with Rob, just call him. So I had called Junebug, and he informed me that they were playing basketball. And were you invited to the basketball game? He said yes. So now she's going to show an exhibit of the basketball field, whatever. The field house. So now she's showing the field house to him. Okay. So now she says, and is that where you next saw the defendant after those? There we go. And is that where you next saw the defendant after those 2 times at the defendant's studio? He said yes.
No, hold on 1 second. Don't feel like that, Line Locks. This is not about no anything. That's why I say you should pull up. That way we can have an understanding and a talk. So we'll all know what page we on. But we want to look at the details. You know, I'm not the type of person that I'm gonna go off of what another person says.
Right.
Robert
You
Kelly
want to know
came up
facts.
here
This
and
is the facts of the case.
He came
This
up
is
here.
exactly what happened in the case. Word for word.
Right. And I just want to find out what happened in the case. And if somebody did something wrong, because we went over the email thing and we're going over that. We're going over the search warrant. We went over the search warrant that happened. We went over what the judge said.
Right.
You
The
know,
government's, you went over the government's response, Rkelly's defense team's response, and you also went over the affidavit for the search warrant.
Right. So don't think this is a bash or a conviction of anybody.
It's not.
This is the open. Let's all look at it together and let's all use our own brain. Nobody has to agree here.
Right.
Everybody can after this, everybody can still say, I love Rkelly. I think that he should be free, whatever your opinion is. But there's no reason that nobody shouldn't feel that we should at least look at the whole case and for yourself disagree or agree. If we feel like it's something fishy, I'm gonna be the first person to say, no, that's some fishy shit. But go ahead, continue on.
Yes. Okay, so all right, and you're absolutely right, Earz. Okay. Do you recognize who is shown in Exhibit 4? Yes. Who is that? Junebug. And is that the individual that you contacted who invited you to the basketball court? He said yes. Now, when you the first time when you went to the Markham Fieldhouse, did you play basketball that day? He said no. What did you do instead? He said, stayed and watched. Were you the only spectator at the basketball game? He said, no. Who else did you see there? A couple of more guys sitting around waiting to play, and also some ladies on the sideline. What, if anything, did you notice about the females on the sideline? He said they was kind of like facing the wall when we wasn't playing the game, wearing like baggy clothes. And then she said, what, if anything, did the defendant say to you when you were at the basketball court that day? He said, I told him I had been calling him and he wasn't answering since the last time I came to the studio. He just told me he's been really busy with his music. And had you, in fact, been calling the defendant after you left the studio that second time? He said, yes. What, if anything, else did the defendant say? He told me that call him later on in the week. Maybe we could hook up. And why had you been calling the defendant? He said, because I still was interested in doing music. Did you, after seeing the defendant at the basketball court in Markham, did you in fact call him again? He said, yes. And were you able to get in touch with him? He said, yes. What happened when you got in touch with him? He said, he told me to come to the studio the next day. The one in Olympia Fields? Yes. Do you remember how you got to the defendant's house that day? That day I drove. I had just got a car. And what did you do when you drove up to the defendant's house? This day was a little different. Security guard was not at the gate. How did you get through the gate? I called Rob. He had opened the gate for me. He was at the end of the driveway. And where did you take your car? I had parked in the back near the garage area. And what did you do after you parked your car in the back near the garage area? We had went into the garage where it was set up more like a boxing ring or workout area. All right, guys, I said warning, okay? And now, if at all, was the garage attached to the defendant's studio? He said it was not attached. It was a detached garage? Yes. Who went into that detached garage? He said, me and Robert. And you said that can you describe what was inside the garage when you and the defendant went in there? He said, a boxing ring and like workout exercise equipment. And what happened when you and the defendant went inside that garage? We had sat down and talked for a little while. And he was just asking me, like, what was I willing to do for the music? And how did you respond when the defendant asked you what you were willing to do for music? He said, I started naming some crazy things, as in, I carry your bags. I always have your bag. Anything you ever need, I'd be willing to do it. And how old were you at this time? 17. How did the defendant respond when you offered to do those things to make it in the music world? He said, just kept saying, no, that's not it. That's not it. And what happened next? He then asked me, did I have any fantasies? And how did you respond? I said, yeah, I got fantasies. Did you tell the defendant what those fantasies were? He said, yes. And what did you say? I told him I had fantasies of maybe having 2 or 3 girls at one time. And how did the defendant respond? He had said, you never had fantasies about a man? You and a man? And what happened then? He says, I kept saying no, but he was crawling down on his knees to proceed to give me oral sex. Question, who did that? Rkelly. And how did he do that? He unzipped my pants down and started doing it. What if anything else did the defendant say? He had stopped because I said I didn't like it. I wasn't into it. And I wasn't getting a reaction. So he had stopped. And did he say anything to you after he stopped? Yeah, he just told me we had to keep it between me and him. Like we family now. We like brothers. We like brothers. And what did you do next? Did you stay at the defendant's house? Not yet. He walked me outside and he was like taking me near my car. And I'm like, I thought we was going to the studio. You said you got some people over here and they was going to listen to my music. And he was like, man, not today, man. Something came up and I can't even do it. And he just gave me a couple of dollars for gas and I went home. What a fucking piece of shit. I can't with Rkelly. I can't. And you want a new trial? And you people want a new trial? For what? I'm fucking confused. For what?
What's good?
Keep do this?
What's
to
good?
Another little boy?
Hold on real quick, Diva. We got a guest that pull up. I don't know if they want to ask a question or give a comment. Salute to Keep the Truth. You got a question?
That's my sister, the truth.
Oh, okay.
No, it's me, Diva.
That's the truth or it's Keep?
It's Keep.
Oh, what's up, Keep? That's my other sister.
I don't have to ask any questions because I followed this case for 4 years. So
yes.
Great.
Yes, she's very good too. She's a little better than me.
Oh, great. We got. Hey, salute to. Do you have a channel?
No.
Okay. Well,
no, she's just on my team. That's all.
Well, you're always welcome over here. That's what's up. Keep the truth.
Thanks.
So welcome to the Web and Hunters. Welcome to the Web and Hunters. We do our thing over here, and we officially met. So let's get into the work. I know y'all don't want to talk too much. I'm gonna let y'all handle this.
All right. So
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say if you want to say something, mommy, go ahead, baby. We'll take a break for a second.
Oh, okay. Well, when I say we, me, Diva, and there's a couple of people that's from Oko, all of us followed this case for 4 years. And my reasoning for following this case for 4 years, because when I first watched Surviving Rkelly, what stuck out to me was how in his 2008 trial, how that all was right under our noses. Like, had people paid attention then, we would have kept our foot on his neck and he would have been in prison back then. The reason why he got off that case was on technicality. So all this BS about he won his trial, no. That's why they brought up new charges in the federal.
Keep somebody in the chat says, please give your opinion on the emails.
The emails is bullshit. They had brought out the emails in 2020 before the trial even started. And he even disputed the fact that he was only him being charged with racketeering. The emails is bullshit. They already decided on the emails. And it's not even in the appeal. It's not in the paperwork for the appeal.
Wow. Do we have?
It's not in the paperwork. Like it's not even documented.
Did you hear, Keep? Did you hear the breaking news that Bon Jean said R. Kelly's doing no more interviews because she's suing the BOP? He just put in a lawsuit.
Yes, I did, but
that's all he can do. I mean, that's all he could do from the beginning. He came on here because listen to what we listened to yesterday. Remember I played it yesterday? He said it himself. Where she broke the law is when she gave the emails to Tasha K, but you cannot prove that she sold it or gave it to Tasha K, and you cannot prove that Tasha K influenced the father and then the girl and everything that you're conspiring to. You can say that all day, but you have to prove this shit when you give it to a judge.
Okay, exactly. So wait a minute, hold up. This is funny. But that went across the board. I mean, Tasha K was the first to bring it out, but that's across the lines. Like other bloggers reported on it. So
you can't prove that it made her go testify. You know what I mean? You can prove that the girl gave it to Tasha K, but after that, how far do you go with it?
This is his way of using his intimidation tactic. That's what this is. This is 100% an intimidation tactic against Earz. Earz was already in the indictment. She was already. She was. What I'm saying is, she was in a relationship with him in July 2019.
She was still in the indictment.
She left him around November 2019.
Yes.
She was still on his side in November 2019.
Yes.
And I would say right around late December and early January, because that's her.
Yes, late.
Hold on,
mommy. I just found an article, late December.
Okay, hold on.
You're right.
Hold on, we get there. It was around late December, between late December and on his actual birthday, January 8th, because that's when her and Joycelyn had that fight. It was on his birthday.
It was on his birthday, yeah.
Right on his birthday.
Yep.
And that's when she found out about the stuff, because he never allowed neither of them to watch any TV at all. Just to put it that way, they never watched anything. Okay, there was even people that corroborated that before the trial even started. Okay, so when she found out the truth about him, that's when, and it's on camera when she called the feds too. So when she decides to flip, that's when all these pages talking about kill Earz, fuck that bitch, and that's when the car got burnt.
Right, that was the whole Michael Williams drama with Cash Jones and.
But here's the thing about this part, about the whole car burn. They didn't believe her. They thought she set her own car on fire. The people
I remember that. That was wild.
I'm gonna tell you how far these super fans take it. See, I don't call them supporters. These are super fans. You can't tell me this is not an act of obsessed super fan. Because the nutbush that was on Clubhouse incited her followers to call the fire department near Kissimmee, Florida, to see if that there was an actual fire with the car, to see if there was a report on it. So they thought she was lying about somebody burning her car.
Yeah, there's a whole 911 recording call out there.
But the 911 call did not come out till later.
Yeah, it came out way later.
But they thought she was lying, or she set her own car on fire.
That's why the recording came out.
That's what happened with that one. Just to tell you the actions of some of these people. And did Diva tell you why we started reading transcripts in the first place?
Go ahead, Keep. I'm about to take a break. Real quick and step off.
No, I was asking here. Do you understand why transcripts was read in the first place?
Oh yeah, definitely. But I didn't understand what you mean in general, or are you talking about this case in general?
This case in general.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't. Why is it?
Diva was the one who started reading the transcripts, because the super fans that was going to the trial was coming back and reporting lies. and we debunked the lies that they was telling.
Right.
That what they supposedly saw, they twisted it around, and we knew what they was twisting around. That was Diva started that. When this case first came out, it was the anti-R. Kelly sector was the ones that read the paperwork first. We read the paperwork first. They said that there was one particular, this guy that we found, Larry McGee. They said that he needs to go to jail for reading the court paperwork. He wasn't supposed to. He needs to be in jail. That's how all of this whole sector got started. The super fans didn't like the truth, so they started doxing and doing this threatening and carrying on. It might dox me tonight. I could care less. I'm still going to leave out the same door I do every morning, so I'll be all right. Whatever. Oh, and they're going to dox you too, just to let you know.
Oh, they already did it.
Yeah. Poor little tinks. I don't know what to do with. I don't know.
I've been called everything in the book.
Me too.
Me
too. This man has due process. He had attorneys. He even has due process at the Curcio hearing. Do you got the paperwork?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you talking about the what you sent me, Diva?
Yeah, I don't know what she has sent you. She stepped away.
Oh yeah, she did have to step away. She sent the search warrant affidavit. Did you want to speak on that?
It's about the emails. Once again, he made a big fuss about it. So I think that's what that's about, the affidavit. But then again, what do he want to happen? Is my question.
Okay, let me pull up this search warrant affidavit. So
yeah, what does he want to happen?
Okay, so he was making a big deal about, hey, something was done wrong, correct? And they put out a search warrant to go search the computers of Tasha K, or was it his?
Hold on, let me see if I can get the paperwork.
Can you see what I got on the screen?
Not quite. Give me 1 second, because I can pull it up on my end so I can follow you. Well, let me see.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right with you.
Close the comment section. I see it. It's just small. You gotta close the comment section so it can widen the screen.
Oh yeah.
You see where it says comments?
No, I got you. I'll pull up the PDF on my end.
No, she can't really see what I got posted. She gonna pull it up on her end so she can read it better. But I got it. I got that search warrant that you sent me. I got that posted.
Yeah, I believe I sent you the search warrant, the government's response, Bonjean's motion to compel. I believe I did send you the indictment as well.
Oh, what's the date of that affidavit? Just give me the date, and I can pull it up.
February 27 of 2020.
Got it from here.
The actual date, yeah, February 27, 2020.
So once again, this was brought up in 2020, way before the trial started, mind you. Way before the trial started.
Right before his Chicago trial started.
Before
his New York.
The New York trial started first
in 2021. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
All right.
Yeah, his New York trial started in August of 2021, and then his Chicago trial started in August of 2022.
Mm-hmm. Well, what you said?
A whole year. They did this investigation a whole year before both his trials.
And this was around the time
he was still in pre-trial.
Yeah, and that's when one of the indictments involving Alita superseded. It superseded around February 2020.
They superseded it in March of 2020. Or February. No, March.
Oh, no. March. Yeah, they did. The enterprise superseding. That was in okay, yeah. Then the new indictment came around. Okay.
Right. That's when Azriel had gave them the storage. Oh, and I also sent you I also sent you the discovery from his storage that Azriel gave to them. That's why he's really mad, because if Azriel didn't flip on him, they probably would never had gotten to that storage.
That's what he's saying.
That's what he's really mad about.
Yep.
Because
so
all
that
that
ain't had nothing. But that
was a lot of evidence in that storage.
But was that before or after the email?
Oh, that was after the emails that came out that she wound up in January after the fight with Joy.
That was the day she did it. That was the day she.
That's what he's saying. He's saying if that information wouldn't have got to her, but that's still not against the law. You can't prove.
It's not against the law.
Yeah.
It's not. So what? She looked at some emails and she got mad. That doesn't mean that she's lying on you.
The truth. Yeah, she still
that doesn't mean that her testimony was fake. He's just upset because they got to his storage. That's why. That's why.
I don't see where you sent me. I'm looking. I can't find that. I got the search warrant and that's it.
Hold on. You got.
I thought I had another one though where you had sent me 4 documents.
Hold on. I'm gonna go to the email now.
Oh, you know what? No, that ain't it.
Okay, here we go. Where is yours? Here we go. All right.
Oh, yeah, I'm back. This is just a search warrant. Yeah, so as you can see, if you're just looking at the date alone, that's February 27th, right after the indictment superseded. That was the New York indictment that superseded, because that's when he added the bribery charge.
Okay.
Okay.
So the reason they added the bribery charge is because they're for what?
For Aaliyah. They added that in January. And then they added they added Aaliyah in December. And then they superseded it again for the 3rd time and added Azriel. Oh no, that's the affidavit.
That's the affidavit, yeah.
Wait, I got the affidavit. Okay. I'm trying to see which ones I sent him. But let me I could just pull it up from here. Hold on.
I can see it.
So it says this affidavit is made in support of an application for a warrant to search a black HP desktop computer carrying a serial number, and it has a serial number, that is currently in the care and custody of OIG, the subject computer, for evidence and instrumentalities described further in attachment B concerning the unauthorized access of a computer to obtain information from the Federal Bureau of Prisons in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 10030A2B. So they're telling you exactly what the fuck the violation is. They're looking for a computer that violated a motherfucking set of emails outside of the prison. So they're doing exactly what the man asking for us to get them to do again for some reason. Okay. The statement in this affidavit are based on my personal knowledge and on information I have received from the law enforcement personnel from persons with knowledge regarding relevant facts. So pretty much telling you that somebody told us this shit.
Right.
Because this affidavit is being submitted for the limited purpose of securing a search warrant, I have not included each and every fact known to me concerning the investigation. I have set forth facts that I have believed a significant to establish probable cause to believe that evidence and instrumentalities of violations of Title 18 United States Code Section blah 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 are located within this subject computer. Now, this is the arresting officer bringing this search warrant to the subject, correct?
He's right. He's the agent. He's the agent who's doing the investigation for the internal affairs.
Bet. Okay.
Facts
support the So he has on here, I guess this is the I section, facts supporting probable cause to search the subject computer. So they're bringing this to who is this, Tasha K that they're bringing this to, or the dispute officer? I mean the disciplinary officer.
They're bringing they were they took,
BOP employee. I'm sorry.
They received the information from the BOP employee. Okay, somebody who worked in there wound up saying something's good. They saw Tasha K's video and then went over to the higher up and said, listen, I saw this blogger on YouTube and she was saying that she got information from our system. Somebody gave it to her who works in here.
Right.
So they made a complaint to the warden.
Right.
And the warden wound up letting the internal affairs investigators know what was going on. And then they wound up getting an agent to do the investigation. And this is the agent's report.
Okay. So
this
facts
is what taxes are paying for. But go ahead.
Okay. So facts supporting probable cause to the search warrant subject computer. As described, more details below. OIG received information from the Federal Bureau of Prisons, BOP, that the BOP employee, Officer A, was suspected of accessing sensitive law enforcement information maintained on BOP electronic system and providing that sensitive information to the individual who then released the information on social media platforms. So
now hold up. Let me interrupt you for 1 second.
Hey, I was
now,
about to stop right there anyway.
Said there. Listen to what they said there. Sensitive information. Now, if you look up what is sensitive information, it will tell you nothing about no damn email. Okay? That is not sensitive information.
And what I want to hold on, let me add on to that.
Go ahead, Papi.
Okay. So yes, that's sensitive information. So at the time, they don't know what they're going to find on that computer. They're just prepared to find because somebody gave a complaint, they can say they can think that he got social security numbers and shit. But when they actually seen what it was, they were like, "Oh motherfucker, this is a false alarm." In my opinion, now that's only in my opinion. So because I can't see exactly what they got in front of us until we get to that part. But I did want to point that out. You got to understand that when he's filing this, when he's bringing this paper, he's bringing it where he can grab at the max and not at the least, if that makes sense.
Right.
And so, and they're saying that, okay, they know fully well about somebody giving it off to so-called Tasha K and all of this, but they have to see the evidence first. So they came in fully knowing what's at stake here and what's being done. So we can't get out this little message. They don't even fucking know it's been done. But go ahead.
And the United States Code that you cited, 1030, has to do with classified sensitive information. Look it up. United States Code 1030A. Look it up. Google it and it'll pop up.
Diva, you know these people know. They just
okay.
People don't do that research. That's why they just go on what they read instead of reading the fine print too.
If y'all watching this on y'all TV, y'all can see it big as day, and y'all can read along with me, so y'all know. And y'all know I'm slow. They say I'm slow, so I can't make up all these.
Don't worry about it.
I can't make up all these big words and shit and put them all together and shit. We ain't forging no paperwork. Can they go and look this up themselves? Can they read? Can they? Is this somewhere they can go look this up themselves so they don't say just?
Earz, I found.
I mean, if you want, I could always just put it on my community wall.
Earz, y'all know what I found funny about this whole BOP information? Remember it came out that he was using an employee's cell phone?
Yes, I remember that when he was first in jail. Yes.
He was using an MCC cell phone.
Right. He was using the office cell phone. He was using a CO cell phone or some shit. And then he started using the phone in the office. And then he started using a phone in the shower.
Let me get the phone. I get the article. I will
Do
get
you
it.
remember the phone in the shower incident?
Well, let's keep on track. Let's finish reading this this warrant out to the people, and then we'll get back. Okay, so for the people who don't know, according to the BOP is the prison system or whatever. So they understand that the system providing sensitive information to the individual who has released the information to social media platforms. Okay, bullet point 6 says, according to the BOP Special Investigation Agent, BOP's True View system, which that's probably like some kind of computer system within the jail that they use to, monitor your calls and all that stuff like that.
Everything.
So it's an application that contains information on inmates, including inmates emails, inmates phone calls, inmates visitation lists, and inmates funds. So people who never been locked up before, I'm gonna just explain this to y'all. The new way, and I haven't been in jail in a while, so I'm gonna use my imagination a little bit, and y'all can put in if you've been in jail lately. So, but I know when I was there, you always got a computer system. You coming in there, you got your number and all that. So I know in the feds, from people that I know, they have emails that you can send out in the feds. You can, but your people have to send you money, and it's all computerized system, just like you do nowadays with everything that you work with. So True View is the program that controls all of that. Okay, so the True View system contains information from the various other applications and systems existing on BOP's network infrastructure. The information available to True View includes information from BOP applications, True Phone, which is usually the phone service. You'll call every time you call. When he was calling them, like True Phone, blah 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 blah, and then they'll make it go through all the instructions and shit. And they got one of those everywhere. Where I'm from, it was called some other shit, but I understand what they're talking about. Inmate telephone system, which houses recording of inmate telephone calls. TrueView also contains records containing inmate visitation logs. So all she had to do is go through one little program, and pretty much it probably pulled up every fucking thing. So it was probably fairly easy to track her after the shit anyway. So, and then that tells you only thing she was really sending them is call logs and goddamn emails and shit, and who was coming to see him and who was writing them. Okay, according to BOP Office Internal Affairs, so this went all the way to the Internal Affairs people. This just didn't braze across through the fucking sergeant at the prison. These laws do not contain, however, any further specifically regarding which particular records from within the inmate's files were accessed by a BOP employee, which sounds like it really didn't have any sensitive stuff like, maybe court shit or any of that type of stuff, because that's what it's saying. You can't get all that out of the TrueView shit. You can't get people's social security number and all that stuff like that, really private shit. You're only going to get the shit within the jailhouse. According to the Officer A personal file provided by BOP, Officer A is former federal BOP disciplinary hearing officer. Officer A was assigned to the Thompson Correctional Center May 14, 2019. Looked like she literally got there right before that nigga got there. I think she was a planning agent, but that's my personal opinion. December 31st, 2019, Officer A retired on December 31st, 2019. This woman was there for all the fucking 5 months and retired.
Yeah, she was in that prison, but she was in the system for more than 25 years.
Right. I get it. But damn, she hit her last lick. In my opinion, that's my opinion. I'm speculating right now, like my homie said. I can't help myself sometimes. On November 22nd, 2019, Warden Russell A. Heisner of BOP Metropolis Correctional Center, MCC, in Chicago, Illinois, reported an allegation of staff misconduct to BOP Office Internal Affairs. See, that's what I'm saying. When she does this, this counts as staff misconduct. And, they could go as far as trying to charge her, but it just depends on what you did with the information. If you would have
Right,
went
and she didn't sell anything.
Cards
She didn't sell anything.
Yeah,
the thing is, if she sold something, that's a big problem.
Right, but this is pretty much misconduct.
That's all she did. So all they could do is disciplinary her. That's it.
That's it. That's it.
According to the BOP Office of Internal Affairs, earlier this month, MCC staff had became aware that the YouTube blogger known as Tasha K, so they know exactly who the fuck got the shit, right?
Yes.
So, and using the username Unwind with Tasha K, so they know about the backup page, all that shit. They is not green to what the fuck we hearing right now. Had revealed.
They went through her email. They went and got her IEP address and all that shit.
The feds, y'all, not the fucking state, the feds.
The feds, right.
Had revealed sensitive law information. That's what they told her. That's what they told them, that she had revealed sensitive law information regarding an inmate, A, who was being who was being housed as inmate in MCC. Inmate A is nationally recognized celebrity whose criminal case has received media attention. Now that's what they thought. They thought that she had revealed sensitive law information. When they found that they were just talking about some motherfucking goddamn emails and bitches and shit talking, oh man, that ain't shit. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. I'm speculating right now. But that's, you know what I'm saying? Obviously the judge felt the same fucking way.
There you go.
So okay, let's keep going. Point 11. According to the BOP Office in Internal Affairs, and based on revenue of the YouTube, based on a review of a YouTube video posted by the blogger Tasha K about inmate A, the content revealed by Tasha K was contained in calls made by inmate A that were recorded. So they're telling the first thing that they heard that was given to her is a call that was recorded. That's not a terroristic threat. That's not something that you're gonna fucking blow up a case about. That's not breaking the law. You gave somebody a call. Okay, you did some misconduct, but that's not breaking the law. That's misconduct. Okay, and maintained by a BOP on the TrueView system. She got it from the TrueView system. True. She's the officer that works there. She's not supposed to do that. True. She violated her job. True.
Right, because she didn't work in the MCC facility in Chicago where he was locked up. She was working at another facility.
Right. So, that they were recorded, maintained by the BOP TrueView system. In other words, Tasha K revealed information that would have been known to BOP employee who had monitored inmates A telephone calls or accessed the recordings of those calls. So obviously they know that she obviously was listening in on the nigga shit, and she was like, you know what, this nigga ain't shit, whatever. And then, you know, she got in her feelings some kind of way and got down, set up a play. They know this, they know the play. What do you do about it? According to the referral of the incident report prepared by BOP, the BOP staff that had the authorities to monitor or review these calls were MCC Chicago staff and staff with Special Investigative Systems rights. Did I read that right?
Yeah, those were the only people that had access.
Okay. BOP provided OIG with logs that indicate which employee accessed records from the TrueView. So they clearly knew who exactly accessed the shit.
60 different people.
Right. 60 different people. Okay. Records from the TrueView system and when the actions occurred. These laws demonstrate which inmates records a BOP employee access using the TrueView system, but do not provide further specificity, such as which particular records within the inmate's file were accessed. Based on the review of access logs For the period from July 2019 through January 2020, 60 BOP employees accessed inmate A's TrueView records, including Officer A. Based on my review of the access log, Officer A had accessed inmate A's TrueView records 153 times between July 15, 2019 and December 12, 2019. So she was in his shit 153 times. Outside of that, it was 60 other motherfuckers in it. But that could have been because she's overseer of, you know, this nigga shit.
Now she's supposed to, but she wasn't accessed to do that from that place. So technically, she illegally accessed it from another facility. But like you said, that's just employee misconduct. So therefore, she's just gonna get fired. But she got retired. She retired before she could get fired.
Okay, I see what they say there. Okay, based on my review of the access laws, Officer A had accessed inmate A's TrueView records 153 times between July 15, 2019, December 12, 2019, because Officer A was not assigned to the MCC. Officer A not authorized and had no official reason to access the record of inmate A during that period. Okay, now that's clear. Now, what do you do if she violates that? That's where we go at next.
Right.
Okay, on January 15, 2020, BOP provided OIG with the subject computer. So they got the computer, so they know exactly where it went after she sent it to her house, correct? So which was used by, let's see here, my bad. That was, which was used by Officer A during Officer A employment at BOP in the period. So they got her computer. Of December 1st, 2019, which December 31st, 2019, since January 15, 2020, the subject computer has been in OIG's custody. Tasha K's internet posting and Officer A's access of inmates A record, law enforcement official conduct open source research to obtain further information about the bloggers Tasha K and any online accounts associated with that username or username unwind with Tasha K. Law enforcement official determined that Tasha K reports on entertainment news and celebrity gossip and multiple social media accounts using the username unwind with Tasha K, including a YouTube account and Instagram account. I reviewed the YouTube videos and Instagram posts posted by blogger Tasha K that pertain inmate A. Tasha K, January 12, 2020 Instagram post. On January 12, 2020, Tasha K posted a photograph on Instagram that depicted inmate A's BOP visitation list. The photograph appears to be a printout of MAA's visitation list that was obtained by BOP's TrueView system. The printout header indicate that the visitation record is sensitive but unclassified. Okay, let's read that again. I feel like it's starting to get important here. On January 12, 2020, Tasha K posted a photograph on Instagram that depicted inmate A's BOP visitation list. So she posted a picture that was his visitation
screenshot
list.
Yep.
Now we gotta ask ourselves, is that legal or is that illegal?
It says there is sensitive but unclassified information. So what does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's up to the audience now. Now, this is your opinion right now. This ain't, my opinion don't matter. It's your opinion.
So guys, in the chat, what is sensitive? What would sensitive but unclassified information mean to you?
Okay, so that's the first thing. Now there's several things now, so we ain't gonna stop right there. We just wanted to make sure to point that out.
Right.
So okay, let me. I'm gonna read that again so everybody can think about that. Okay, on January 12, 2020, Tasha K posted a photograph on Instagram that depicted inmate A's, which is R. Kelly, his prison visitation list. A photograph appears to be a printout of inmate A's visitation list that was obtained by the BOP True Vision system. So they know that came from that one officer because they done did all the backward check to know that she took it out of there, sent it to herself, she gave it to a blogger, the blogger posted this. How sensitive is this to the case? So now, information. The printout header indicated that the visitation record is sensitive but unclassified information. The upper left corner of the photograph of the printout contained the date and time, December 5th, 2019, 8:07 a.m., according to BOP information technology personnel. This information indicates the date and time that the record was accessed on the True View system. So they know it's that. The time and everything lined up. Okay, 19. The True View access logs show that Officer A accessed inmates A records on December 5th, 2019. And that's the time of the printout. Visitation logs access. Officer A was the only BOP employee to access inmate A's True View records on December 5th, 2019. Other BOP employees access inmates A True View records at other times that day. Okay, Tasha K, 2019, November 7th. Here's the YouTube video, that another one that they're aware of. This is the second time I guess she's going to release any type of information that's contained in R. Kelly. I'm speculating right now. Okay, on November 7th, 2019, blogger Tasha K posted a video on YouTube titled "Inmate A Can't Control His Girlfriend Behind Bars." The video is publicly available they got the YouTube site right here. At the 25 minute mark of the video, so they know exactly where it's at, Tasha K shares information about inmate A and two individuals with whom inmate A was in a romantic relationship approximately at 2 minutes, 26 minutes, 54-minute mark of the video. Tasha K states that the information came from a phone tap somewhere. Tasha K then divulges information from the phone calls involving inmate A, including specific content of the communication. So she didn't actually show nothing. She just kind of read off some shit that they knew was true, but she didn't actually.
It is. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Okay, it's because I've heard this before, but this is your show, so let me just say this very quickly. It's just, it mind boggles me how all of this information is out, right? But the very people that complained about this whole email trip, those super fans, went on Tasha K's show after all of this. Oh, girl that was on Clubhouse, Sharon Wimbush, she did an interview with Tasha K. And that had to be what, last year, 2022?
Yes, last year.
So again, if this woman was illegally doing stuff, why are you having a conversation or doing an interview with Tasha K? This all has something to do, again, intimidation tactic and their hate for Tasha K. This is how simple this stuff is.
Right.
She did an interview with Tasha K after all of this was out.
Right. That's why we were like, this is so weird. She's trying to do R. Kelly's aiding and abetting, just like the Enterprise does for him. Period.
She was on her show. She did an hour interview where she was bragging about the superfans was okay with Tasha K as long as she hated Angela. And she was speaking their language. But then Tasha K is actually knowing that this motherfucker is a pedophile and calls Sharon weird. Now all of a sudden we want to talk this BOP officer bull crap. She was on her show.
Wait, did you see her new? Wait, did you see her new video, Keith? That she wants Tasha K arrested? Did you see her new video? She put up, you know how when she starts doing her stalking videos, she starts throwing 8 videos at one time. That means she like did a whole 8 ball. She's sitting in the closet and she's on a rampage.
She was on her show. I want the audience to get this. Ears, I'm so sorry because right now it's pointless to even read any further. That woman was on her show. She was on her show. What?
She was talking mad shit about Rkelly and herself and all this crap. I can't with her. She just wants to be relevant. She's just upset that Rkelly, she didn't have Rkelly's baby. He made her have an abortion. That's why she's mad.
That's what this is all about. Y'all, this is sad. This is sad. You know what's the sad part about it?
Let me finish reading this so people don't forget that what we
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me go back on because I'm just irritated. It's just so irritating.
I get it. But y'all just remember, let's stay on track. We know that we're listening to the search warrant officer, and this is his report and what he brought to the search warrant, what he reviewed. There was pretty much three occasions where Tasha K brought up inmate A, which is Rkelly. The first occasion was she did put up the visitation list. We asked the question, was that breaking of the law? And then she mentioned something that they knew was true, but she didn't actually show it. And here's the third thing. It say, I also reviewed a YouTube video posted by blogger Tasha K on November 8, 2019, titled New Inmate A Enablers Revealed. The video is publicly available, and they got it right there. Beginning at approximately an hour mark of the video, Tasha K began scrolling through her mobile phone, and at this point in the video appears to be reading a summary of a call involving inmate A. Tasha K then divulged information inmate A's phone calls, including the specific content of the communications beginning at approximately an hour and a minute mark. Hold up. I went down a little too much. Yeah. My bad, y'all.
You went too far back, boo.
I went down too damn far.
Yeah, keep going. We were right there in the second paragraph. There you go, right there. There you go.
Okay, at the hour minute mark, Tasha K states that she has the plug, and this information is all facts. So she said she had the plug, and all this is all facts.
She sure did in that video.
I have reviewed inmate A's jail calls from November 7, 2019, which were recorded and maintained on TrueView system. Based on my review, the recordings of inmate A calls, some of the information that Tasha K reveals regarding inmate A is containing in the recording of inmate A's jail call from November 17th. So pretty much they said what she was saying is she was telling the truth. She had to know what they were saying in the calls, but it wasn't like she was actually playing the call.
Right. She was just doing commentary. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, what did she play it out loud or did she? No,
she just was reading it off her phone, and then she was saying what the conversations on the phone calls were about.
Oh, okay. So she actually played Rkelly talking to the girl or whatever.
Right.
Okay. So recorded, maintain the TrueView system. Based on a review, the recording of the MHA call, some of the information that Tasha K revealed regarding MAA is contained in the recording of MAA jail call from November 7, 2019. The TrueView access laws show that Officer A accessed MAA's TrueView records twice on November 7, 2019, the day MAA made a phone call that were discussed by Tasha K during the November 7, 2019 and November 8, 2019 YouTube posting. 4 other BOP employees accessed MAA's TrueView records on November 7. I reviewed a YouTube video posted by blogger Tasha K on December 22nd, 2019 titled MAA Release Email Proves He Can't Read or Write. The video is publicly available. I even seen that one. She that was kind of funny, I ain't gonna lie. But the hour 40-minute mark of the video, Tasha K states that she has exclusive messages involving MAA. Tasha K then proceeds to scroll through her phone and read portions of the verbatim. Fuck that word.
Verbatim.
Verbatim. Language. Hey, I've been reading out loud. A lot of y'all
you like me, yo. Listen, I get tongue tied after reading a lot. It's okay. Don't worry. We understand, bro.
Hey, nobody better not be picking on me. I know a lot of y'all motherfuckers couldn't read out loud in class now. Motherfucker, I can at least read out loud.
I do a lot of reading too.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Yeah. And I'm high. Shit. What was that? Okay, Tasha K states that she got exclusive messages involving MAA. Tasha K then proceeds to scroll through her phone and read portions of fuck that word again, language and email message between MAA and another person. Tasha K states that the dates of the email are November 11, 2019, November 14, 2019. I have reviewed MAA's inmate communication, which are housed on TrueView system. And the information that Tasha K reads during the video is contained in inmates' email communication. So she's reading it, but she's not showing it. Okay. Right. So Tasha K reads the email communications themselves and are housed on the TrueView system. I have also reviewed email communication that Officer A received from Officer A official BOP email address. So they know it's coming from her. I mean, from old girl, the BOP employee. Yes. These emails exist on the BOP network, and BOP provided law enforcement with the emails. On November 13, 2019, Officer A sent an email from her official BOP email address to Gmail address. The Gmail address here is Officer A first initial and last name. It appears to be her personal email address, so they know she sent it to herself. The email contained the attachment named Scan 0001. The attachment is 12 pages long, contains inmates A's records from the TrueView system. The first 4 pages of the email attachment appears to be scanned printout of inmate A's visitor logs. The corner of each page had been ripped away, obscured in the scanning process, according to BOP information technology personnel. The corner of the page will have contained the date and time that the record had been accessed. Page 5 of the attachment contains MAA's funding log, which demonstrates transaction of funds flowing to MAA. The details as set forth more fully below the warning banner will all be okay. I think that's just fine print. Well, I'll read it anyway. You got to highlight it. As set forth fully below, a warning banner appearing on all BOP electronic devices states users should have no expectation of privacy or privacy as to any communication or information stored within the system, including information stored in the network's emphasis added. Okay.
There you go. That says it all. It doesn't matter what the fuck they read, what they see. It is not sensitive information. It is not private information.
Read the fine print, people. Read the fucking fine print.
So funny how they forget all of this.
I can't.
They skip all over this. So so funny.
You are a slave. Once you get in them cells, you don't have no fucking privacy.
You got no rights. You lose your First Amendment rights too. Those
funds, including the name, address, sender, and the amount sent. Again, the corners of the page were torn away to obscured, and there were no dates or time visible. Page 7 of the attachment includes log information, email communication received by inmate A. It lists the time of communication and the sender's email address. And handwritten below the log, someone was written calls from her cookie from Empire.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Can I interrupt you for 1 second? What's his name? El hombre negro. Mira, you want to know what R. Kelly's argument is? The reason why he's bringing up these emails is because he's saying that because Tasha K read this stuff to the public, his girlfriend flipped on him, and she's the reason why he's doing 30 years in jail, because 90% of her charges comes from her. So if she didn't flip on him, he wouldn't have gotten 30 years. This is what he's thinking. This is his argument. Okay.
Meanwhile, she was already in the indictment when she was still in a relationship with him. These dumb motherfuckers.
Right.
And remember,
that's not the person you're talking about. That's not the person.
And remember, people, she's the 14-year-old girl he peed on.
No, she's not that girl. It's a different girl.
Oh, she's not? Okay. Well, he's
the girl he's fighting about is not the girl he peed on. It's the girl that he was with last.
Bet. So
the dark-skinned girl, Azriel.
Oh, okay, bet. Communication received by MAA. The list.
So these communications were between Azriel and Joy.
So hold on. So the PMO girl, she's not the girl that's the 90% of the shit.
No, that's the Chicago trial. This is the New York trial.
God damn! How the fuck you? Hold on.
He's complaining about his New York trial, not his Chicago trial. The girl on the P tape, is from his Chicago trial.
He's trying to appeal that too as well.
Yeah, he's trying to appeal that too.
Wow.
Remember, in his New York trial, like I said, there were 22 victims.
That made me wrong, but damn, that just made this shit like 4 times worse. Like, goddamn, like, shit. How you fuck up that much? Goddamn.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just so frustrating that these people sitting up there telling him he need a retrial. He's not getting a retrial. They're not going to spend taxpayers' money on some retrial where they could just retry him again.
So we got to retry him in all these states, and he still got to go to Minnesota.
No, they already closed those cases. They dropped those cases.
They dropped those cases? Okay, when he got the time.
They dropped the Chicago State. They dropped the Chicago State trial as well as the Minnesota trial. He's no longer going to face those 2 charges. He already got his 2 cases done, over with. Now he's just going through appeal processes for both cases.
Now we ain't lawyers. We the people that's paying for these trials, so we get to ask all the fucking questions we want.
Right. Well, like, we want information.
Yeah. So let me finish reading. Those funds included the name, address, senders. Okay, I think I read that part. Page 7 of the attachment includes log information on email communication received by MAA. It lists the time of communication of the sender's email, and handwriting below the log, someone has written, call her Cookie from Empire. Page 9 through 12 contains what appears to be MAA's email communication. The email communication are dated from the period of November 11, 2019. November 13, 2019. MAA email communication pages 9 through 12 attachment appear to include the email of Tasha K divulged in December 22, 2019. The subject computer is owned by BOP. Officer A used the subject computer in the course of her duties as disciplinary hearing officer at Thompson Correctional Facility. So, and then, well, you don't got, okay, I'll skip past that because that look like you don't have that highlighted. Subject computer taken throughout the dates. Oh, there's just a bunch of dates saying I received the policy entitled Computer Use Rules of Behavior sets forth, blah, blah, blah. I have reviewed a copy of the warning banner that appears on BOP electronic devices. The warning banner states, by accessing and using this computer, you are consenting to such monitoring and information retrieval for law enforcement and other purposes. Users should have no expectation of privacy as to any communication on or information stored within this system, including information.
Read that last line again. Start over with that line again, please.
Okay. What he's saying is, I have reviewed a copy of the warning banner that appears on BOP, which is the prison of, Bureau of Prisons, electronic devices. The warning banner states, by accessing and using, remember
all
those
the slow
words.
people in the back.
Remember those for the slow people in the back. By warning banner, warning. We're putting this big as a banner on the fucking computer.
Flashing.
So when you touch this shit, by accessing or using this computer, you are consenting to such monitoring and information retrieval. Go look up all these fucking words if you need to.
Let's say it in Chinese. Wing chong chong chong.
For law enforcement and other purposes. Only for that. Users should have no expectation of privacy.
None.
As to any communication on or information stored within the system, including information stored on the network and stored locally on the hard drive or other media and use with the unit, etc., floppy disk, whatever the fuck you want to call it, anything associated with this shit. Bitch, don't think that you can't know what the fuck going on. We know what's going on. You know what's going on. The warning banner lists certain prohibitions on the use of government computer resources, including using government-owned software, information, and equipment, unofficial purposes, exceeding what the license, unauthorized, all the other bullshit, you name it. Specifics regarding searches of the electronic storage media. Don't blame us for shit, pretty much. Proceedings to be followed in searching electronic storage media. Persuasion to Rule 41. Motherfucker, go look it up yourself. This warrant will authorize the removal of electronic storage. This warrant will authorize the removal of electronic storage media and copying of electronically stored information found in the subject computer described in attachment A, which is the shit back up there. So
right, in other words, they confiscated her computer from the office.
You're right. And found the subject computer may be reviewed in a secure environment for information consistent with the warrant, which is what they came to fucking find, which is what Rkelly told them from the beginning, and they went and investigated. That review shall be conducted pursuant to the following protocol. Examination of all data contained in such computer hardware, computer software, memory storage device, determine whether the data fell within the items to be seized as set forth in attachment B. Searching for, attempting to recover any deleted, hidden, or encrypted data to determine whether the data falls within the list of the items to be seized as set forth in attachment B. Any data that is encrypted or unreadable will not be returned unless law enforcement personnel have determined that that data is not an instrumentally of the offenses, a fruit of the criminal activity, contraband, otherwise unlawfully possessed, or the evidence of the offense above. The government will return the BOP any electronic storage media removed from the subject computer within 30 days of the removal, unless of rule blah blah blah. The removal electronic storage media contains contraband or anything that they feel like they want to fucking keep.
Rule 41 has to do with search and seizure.
Right, search and seizure. You know. So
And
this is what they got. That's the computer. So y'all know this ain't no cap. This ain't no cap in the what. They went and got the computer. They went and fully investigated everything. They seen exactly what she gave to Tasha K. They went and listened to Tasha K. They seen what she released. It wasn't no fucking private goddamn lawyer talks where it changed the case. You can say
Go
what
to the
Tasha
part
K
where it says conclusion. Yeah, you skipped that. Hold up. Yeah, I just noticed that. Go to the conclusion.
Okay. It must have
it's towards the end of this. It's towards the end right here. It's towards the end. Keep going.
Now, man, these people.
Oh, there it is.
All right there.
Okay. Okay, based on above information, I respectfully submit that there is probable cause to believe that the offense of unauthorized access of a computer to obtain information from a federal bureau of prisons in violation of Title 18, United States Code section, all those numbers I ain't about to read, has been committed. So
right, that's about the sensitive information.
Right, about the sensitive information. Mm-hmm. And that the evidence and the instrumentalities relating to the criminal conduct, as further described in Attachment B, will be funded in the subject computer. As further described in Attachment A, I therefore respectfully request that this court issue a search warrant for the subject computer, more particularly described as Attachment A, authorizing the seizure of the items described in Attachment B. Persuasion to the protocol described in the what does that say? Addendum to Attachment B. Further affid saith not.
Okay. So now what that was saying was basically this is why, because this is an affidavit for a search warrant. So therefore he had to give a reason why he needed the search warrant. So this is all this is. They did the search warrant. They looked at it. They did this. They did that. But now they needed the permission to get the search warrant. So they got the search warrant. They looked through the stuff and they didn't find nothing because the prosecution came back and said they didn't find anything. And this does not pertain to his case.
Bingo.
Doesn't matter. This does not pertain to any of his cases at all. Mm-hmm. This just has to do with bullshit with the media. This has nothing to do with his case.
No. It's bullshit with the super fans. Let's put the responsibility because that's where it came from. Those bozos over there. It wasn't the media that said this shit. It was the super fans.
Right. It was the super fans who brought it out. It was the super fans who brought it up because remember, it was a super fan who was watching Tasha K who decided to say Tasha K is my favorite blogger. She talks about Rkelly. I have Rkelly stuff. Let me give her this tea. That's all it was. That's all it was. Nothing more, nothing less. So it's just weird how these people are out here trying to tell Rkelly how his emails will set him free. And it will not. Who cares if Azriel got upset? She already had left Rkelly way before the fucking emails came out. When the emails came out is when she decided to approach him about the bullshit. And then she decided to go to Joy with it. And then her and Joy got into a fight. And that's when she said, fuck this shit. I'm fucking cooperating with the fucking government now. Fuck Rkelly. Fuck Joy. Fuck everybody. It's about me now. I need to do what's right. And she did what she did. And she did it because she was tired. The girl was tired. Exactly. 17 to what? 20, 22? She was with them? I believe she was like 22 years old when she left him. Come on. She got tired of the abuse. It was a lot of abuse. They said the girls said that there was some good times, but a lot of it was boring. They were sitting in rooms, hotel rooms, waiting for him, waiting for his word to see if they can make a move, if they can go out a door, if they could go to the bathroom, if they could fucking go to to do their nail or to go shopping. And if they did do those things, they had to wear baggy clothes. They had to wear hats. They had to wear shades. This is how he wanted them.
And there's photos and documentation proving this.
Yes.
It's just it's so sad that people want to sit up there and want to try to free a fucking pedophile. It's ridiculous.
Right. It's crazy. It's just too much. It's too much. So now we know that this stuff is just now Bunjean. Hey, the truth. What's up, sis?
Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody.
Oh, hey.
What's up, mama?
Hey, Earz.
Hey, what's good? What's good? What's good? We got who this is? Truth in the area?
Yes, sir.
She has a channel. She has
Salute
a channel
the truth.
too.
Salute the truth.
She's part of
Okay,
Oko.
okay. Y'all make sure y'all drop a channel. I'm gonna check you out. Let me sub up to you right now. Drop your link in the chat so I can sub up.
I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna find her channel right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know, Diva? Do you know where your time mark is when you was showing on your video the other day when the judge made his ruling based on that search warrant?
I will let you know right now.
Okay, I got your video. I'm about to screen share it, so
okay,
you can let me know, and I'll pull
I'm
it
gonna go.
up.
I'm gonna.
Or you can pull it up.
Okay.
I
No,
got it right here.
you gotta pull it up. Remember, I told you about how my YouTube is. I
Gotcha.
can't see the screen. Like, you know.
I got it on the screen
okay,
right now.
Let me go to my Sister Truth channel first. Let me go there first.
Okay. No pressure. I got it on the screen though. I think it's somewhere around there. But Truth, introduce yourself. I'm tongue tied over here. I'm high. I'm just driving out and everything. Let me go get me some water. But,
Okay.
hey, you're a content creator, so yeah, I'm gonna give you the stage. You know, don't be shy.
Okay.
Make yourself at home.
I want to come from a different perspective. You know, I wanted to hop on the panel because keeping Diva, you know, it's been a while since I've been up with them, you know, and I just wanted to hop on the panel. And I want to come from a different perspective pertaining to this appeal. Okay. So I'm coming from a different perspective. First, let me say this. I want to speak on the injustice of Rkelly from my eyes. From my point of view, the injustice of Rkelly is way back in the 90s. The Chicago authorities knew he was messing with little girls.
Right.
Way back in the 90s. I'm talking, I had my baby in 93. Rkelly won Big Break. And way back when they had Big Break, Rkelly was known for minor babies. Now, I'm going to give you my perspective. I never knew until surviving Rkelly that he messed with girls that old, 15 and 16. The girls that I've always known him to mess with were 12 and younger. Okay, so the injustice against Rkelly is because the Chicago authorities knew about it. They cannot say they didn't know. So as far as the appeal is concerned, there is evidence that never even came out because minor girls and their parents were reporting him to the police. And to my understanding, the only reason it wasn't introduced was because Aunt Donnelly said it was too old. It was from 1992. Okay. So Rkelly have been reported countless times. I repeat, countless times. Okay. So that's the injustice right there. The Chicago authorities, they never uttered, muttered, or stuttered a word about it. They kept sweeping it up under the rug, kept sweeping it up under the rug. And the only reason I believe that they finally decided to get him because it was a political stunt. It had nothing to do with money. People were seeking re-election back in office. People were seeking re-election. And they felt like Rkelly was big enough to get them reelected if they locked him up. It had nothing to do with with money. What these fans is talking about is hogwash. It's for the birds and the bees what they're talking about. Okay? So I'm sorry, I didn't even introduce myself. I'm so foolish. I didn't my real name is Melanie, and I'm from Chicago. I'm from 63rd. And as a minor, I used to chase Rkelly through Chicago. Me and all my friends. Javante Cunningham was one of my friends, and so was Tiffany Hawkins. But I was more closer to Javante than Tiffany. I went to school with a lot of the people that were involved with Rkelly.
Okay, when you were speaking, I was like, damn, she sounds like she from, might be from the neighborhood, but I didn't want to interrupt you because, I just like to let people, introduce themselves. Okay, so that makes more sense now that you're speaking more personally.
Right, let me introduce myself, so that those that don't know can have a more clear understanding. Nobody on God's green earth loves Rkelly more than the young girls in Chicago. Nobody. I don't care what Spitting Fire is talking about. I don't care what Sylvia is talking about. Nobody loved Rkelly more than the young girls during the 90s. Nobody. Whenever he always came to the hood. Always. He stayed in the hood. All the celebrities came to the hood. Matter of fact, majority of the celebrities are from the hood. From Chicago. So anytime anybody heard Rkelly was over there, anytime, I don't care what was going on. We can be in church. We can be in a choir stand. We can be in a classroom. I don't care what was going on. We dropping everything. We could be at a cheerleading competition and hear about Rkelly, and we dropping everything.
The Pied Piper.
Baby.
That's the real definition of the Pied Piper, boy.
Baby, do you understand me? We're dropping everything. We had a game. Because I was on the cheerleading team at Dunbar. And we had a game at Kenwood. And we heard Rkelly was outside of Kenwood. Man, the game stopped. Everything stopped. We was all outside. And they could not get us back on the buses. Because they bussed us from school to go to the games.
Excuse me 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you. The truth. Earz, I put the timestamp in the private chat. Okay, continue, baby.
Okay, so nobody loved Rkelly more than the little girls in Chicago. You can research it's real life. Dunbar Vocational High School. I sent the whole school up. The news came out. We all got kicked out of Dunbar. We had a fight at Dunbar in the lunchroom. It was about Rkelly, me and Javante Cunningham's sister. Because they was accusing the boys on the basketball team. I don't know if y'all know, whoever follows sports, it was some boys from the basketball team, Tommy and Rashad Griffin. They was known as beasts. They would tease us. Y'all over there with them old men. Anybody that was associated with them. All the boys was dogging them out. Y'all nasty. Y'all over there with them. And I sent it up because no, I wasn't over there with them. Rkelly wasn't the one that I got caught with. I got caught with a different celebrity from Chicago. And my brothers nipped that in the bud so bad, it was ugly. So I say that to say, the injustice, all of these girls, Azriel would not exist. Jocelyn would not exist had Chicago authorities did something about him back in the day. He probably would have served his time by now and would have been out. So here's more injustice against Rkelly. Okay? Because I don't believe in kicking somebody while they're down. Here's more injustice against Rkelly. These fans keep coming up with their versions as to what happened. That hurts.
Jesus. Yes.
That hurts him. That does not help him at no time of the day. It only proves how much of a manipulator he really is. They don't know. They do not know 14-year-old Javante, 12-year-old Tiffany was riding in a car with Rkelly, going to his mama house, feeding his mama on 116th and Wallace because she had got sick. Even his mother said something, what you doing with it? Everybody knew Rkelly was messing with babies. Everybody. It wasn't no secret. He was riding around looking for little girls. And when he got acquitted in that trial, that's when the thugs said enough is enough. If he come back over here to any more of these neighborhoods, we shooting him on the spot. Out the Blackstones, the Vice Lords, the MCs, the BDs, the Foes, every thug in Chicago was talking about shooting Rkelly because of the babies. Every thug in Chicago. That's how Dana J came into play. That's why they pulled Dana J. Dana J had been stalking Rkelly for a long time. But when they started talking about shooting him, he put Dana J up to be security. So Dana J had to walk in front of him in case them bullets start flying. Dana J would be the one to catch it.
Oh, so that's a human shield, actually.
I promise you. I promise you. And that's God is my witness. Dana J was a shield for Rkelly. I promise you. And so Rkelly, at that point, Rkelly stopped messing with little girls in the hood. And that's when all them Azriel girls and stuff came into play. That's when all the girls from out of town came into play. Okay? So the injustice against Rkelly, them fans, they cause him so much injustice. Not only are they causing him injustice, they're making money off him. That is injustice. They're making money off this man's name. Do not have a clue what they're talking about. They don't have not one clue. Not Spitting Fire, not Sylvia, not Dana. Dana knows, but he refused to tell the truth. Levi knows. Can't nobody on this earth, you can't pay me. Earz, young man, I don't care how much money, how many cash apps you get tonight, whatever it is, you ain't got enough money to make me believe anybody was hanging around Rkelly and didn't see little girls, didn't know what he was doing. That includes Levi. That includes Dana. That includes them all.
Right.
See, and now here's where I stand. Because I have been going to the trials because I'm so closely connected with, you know, a few of the victims. I'm so closely connected. Like we hung, like we used to play rope in the streets.
But let me ask you something. Why do you think like so many people got away that helped enable him to do what he was doing?
You know what? I think about that all the time because that's what was going on in Chicago. All the old men was messing with little girls. Chicago is filled with nothing but pedophiles. Any hood you go to, I guarantee you there's a little girl who, I don't care what classroom you go to in the hood, there's a little girl who's been tampered with. Any classroom you walk in.
There's a lot in New York too. That's
so
for
you
sure.
said it was overlooked. It was more overlooked by the society.
Exactly. That's why it's across the nation that that this happens.
Come on, Keep. Come on.
Across the nation. That's what they were talking about, the adultification of black girls and Latinx women.
Yes.
Right.
That is what goes on. That's normal.
This man was having sex with the girls in the music room. That school teacher knew it.
Earz.
She knew about Tiffany Hawkins.
Yes. Yes, Keep.
Oh.
Earz.
She admitted that she knew that.
Earz. I fight Earz, I fight men. And I don't lose. I promise you. I fight men and I don't lose because I grew up keeping them men off me. I grew up on 63rd. I refuse. You can't touch me. And I fight tooth and nail before I let them touch me because there's nothing but pedophiles all over Chicago. I don't care what nobody got to say. If you see some man from Chicago, I can count the men on my hands from Chicago who are actually not pedophiles. And I can count them on one hand. One hand. So I just wanted to, I'm not going to hold you guys too long. I just wanted to come from a different perspective. So if this appeal is going down the way they say it is, they may want to be careful for more witnesses and more victims.
How about we talk about what are they addressing in the appeal? Because we're hearing appeal. What exactly are they addressing in the appeal?
The only thing they can address is the text messages. That is it. They're trying to address technicalities.
They can't even address the text messages because those text messages were not spoken about at trial.
Let me just tell y'all this, because with appeal, you gotta understand, it can't just be Jane Doe number 5. It can't just be her. Here's why that whole appeal is going to get denied based off Aaliyah alone, because people didn't look at the fact that the government has not responded yet. The one thing that they just put in court is for them to go over the 25,000 words limit. Diva, you posted that.
Yes, and they're supposed to be coming back with their response July 19th.
Yes.
A few more days, guys.
Yes, the government has not even come with their response. And these people talking about something. He's going up for appeal. He's going up for appeal. The defense attorney be the first ones to put the appeal in, because that's who's going up for it. Every prisoner across the nation always go for an appeal. Every nation.
Check it out.
Offender.
Check it out, Keeps. Check this out, Keeps. Word in the hood. And this is from one of the the star witness of the trial. One of the star witnesses. Nobody don't know it, but a piece of evidence that wasn't allowed in court in Donnelly's courtroom or the other judge's courtroom. Aaliyah filed a police report. Damon Dash made Aaliyah file a police report against Rkelly.
Yeah, the parents were trying to pursue that, but then they settled out of court.
That's more evidence. So they may want to be careful. These fans, they really should get somewhere and sit it down. Just leave it alone, because they're hurting Rkelly more than anything. They're hurting Rkelly. They're hurting our society. They're hurting Black women. They're hurting all women everywhere. The only thing they're doing is just hurting people. They're not helping Rkelly, and that's injustice to him. That's injustice to him. So I just wanted to share that little piece. Tell everybody, I'm getting ready. My birthday, so I'm doing some cleaning.
Well, happy birthday! Happy early birthday!
Thank you.
Well, appreciate that inside information. I mean, man, I wasn't expecting that, but wow,
it's real life. It's real life.
It's a shame that we have to go deep into getting people the truth, because you got the super fans out there just twisting and turning everything and more on these big platforms saying the wrong information, entirely wrong information.
Yep, incorrect information. That's what they doing, and they trying to be violent with it. They just go all out with it. But see, the problem is, because they all see me walking through Chicago and driving through Chicago, but see, can't none of them whoop me for real. They know I'm fighting back. That's why, Debo never really approached me for real. He know I'm coming through without my brothers. So
now, let me let you guys know, these people that the truth is naming are other bloggers that are Rkelly supporters that are out here on YouTube with channels advocating for his freedom. Deboski Gun,
super fans, super fans,
right? Super fans. They're super fans.
Yeah,
stans is what we call them over here. And we got Deboski Gun, who was a super fan who wound up getting locked up, trying to threaten the prosecutors. Okay. Someone on YouTube reported him, and then he got locked up by the feds.
Yeah,
that's one of them. Then you got Zayna J, who claims to be Rkelly's mentee. Rkelly's his pops. And then you got infamous Sylvia, who came from Dana J, who stopped talking to Dana J, who's now doing her own channel advocating for Rkelly. And she's a Christian and a devil at the same time.
Tell him how I was gonna smack Sylvia at the courthouse. Tell Earz. Tell y'all tell Earz how I set the courthouse up twice.
And the truth. I was about to grab her ass in New York, and my sister, the truth, was gonna grab her ass in Chicago.
Right.
She's lucky she ain't get it from neither one of us. So,
man, I had some kids waiting on Sylvia. Like, for real.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna try to show y'all the video. I'm gonna show y'all that video too.
I know y'all seen on the news how kids be tearing up downtown. Man, for real.
Yeah. And so all these bloggers, Dana Jace, Infamous Sylvia, Spitting Fire. Then you have this crazy lady named Juliet, who says that she is R. Kelly's girlfriend and that Joy and Azriel were never with R. Kelly. That was all a stunt, and his lawyers made that up and all this crazy shit, right? Then we got crazy ass Sharon Winbush. Who else we got? We got Big Vibe, we got Sky Life. Who else? What other crazy ass bloggers they got on that side?
I really wish I don't give them any shine because they're gonna try to.
No, but you know what? But I want you guys to see who these people are, so that then you can say, "Damn, guys, y'all right. They are some fucking stands." You can see who these people are because we're talking about them, but y'all don't know who they are. So if you get a chance and you want to check them out, check them out. But on my side, on our side, the right side of the law, people with morals and integrity, okay, that's the people I rock with.
Diva, yes. Did you tell Earz how they had to beef up the marshals because those super fans that were speaking of was following because the prosecutor's office in the Brooklyn, at the federal court in Brooklyn, they had their office across from that from the courthouse. They had to beef up the marshals, and because those super fans was harassing the prosecutors.
Yes, they were walking down the street and they were calling them dumb bitches and all types of shit. It was crazy.
Yeah.
How are you out there cursing out prosecutors, wishing them bad luck, talking about the way they dress, laughing at them? Like, that shit was wild. That they had to beef up the security when they were walking into the courthouse.
Oh, we could give you more ears. Where you at? Are you listening to this?
He's probably smoking.
Okay. Oh,
yeah,
I heard.
I'm listening.
Oh, Earz, let's tell him how outrageous New York was.
Okay, go ahead, Keith, and I'll follow your lead, girl.
Make sure that, let's start off with during the trial. One of them was trying to pretend that they was a juror just to get in the courthouse.
Oh, God. Another one was actually describing the jurors when there was a anonymous sequestered. There was a partial anonymous sequestered jury.
We got this document. It's documented.
You weren't allowed to know who these juries were. Now, this chick was live in front of the courthouse talking about there's a black guy, a white girl, Chinese lady, a man, there's like 7 black people, 5 white people, blah, blah, blah. And she's describing them on her live on somebody else's live. Like, that was crazy. And I wound up letting the prosecutors know. I sent an email to the prosecutor. I sent her the 2 video links. And I said, these crazy ass bitches are out here trying to describe the jurors. And don't you know that those 2 women got kicked out of the courthouse?
Let me speak on that one. That's the one I want to speak on. Because there was a lot of stuff. Okay. Not only that, he had 3 super fans that were supposedly quote unquote paralegals for the code that has been colluding. Please use the dictionary so everybody knows that there has been a connection with people that was threatening victims before the trial even started that was quote unquote paralegals for Nicole Blink-Becker. There's pictures of that. Yeah. They got kicked out the courthouse too. They got kicked out the courthouse too. They couldn't allow back in. Then
then there was another one got kicked out of the courthouse for recording inside the court building.
That's why they shut down the courthouse.
Was we finished with the young man's testimony? I had one of my mods.
No, we weren't. We weren't finished with that. Nope.
Okay.
And
let's get back to the young man's testimony. Some people wanted to hear.
Yes.
The rest
Okay. Definitely. We can definitely go back. We can continue.
Yeah. We can. You know, this is that's the transcript that they don't talk about.
Right. That's the transcript they don't talk about. The boy's testimony.
Let's go back to it.
Do you can pull it up? You're pulling it up on yours, or was it?
Yeah, pull it up on mine.
Okay,
and you, Earz, I put the timestamp in the private chat.
Bet. Okay, that's what.
Okay, for the video for when you want to present that part.
I got it set. You know the crazy thing about it, I had it set like 2 minutes before what you sent me. I was like, damn, I was ready around the right time.
All right, good. All right, so I'm gonna pull this up.
All right,
let's get back to it.
I appreciate you.
Can I just say this one more thing?
Yeah,
I got.
Mama.
You know what? No offense, is because I know you and Kwame is. Y'all don't like each other. Just make it plain and simple. The fact is, he got bamboozled big time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And my thing is, if he knows there's a million R. Kellys and he might be close to one, with him, the fact that he has children himself, I think he might want to regulate that. Because one thing that minority community has stopped doing, we gotta stop letting shit go under our nose. Let's go beyond R. Kelly at this point. We gotta stop protecting predators in our community. We have to. And as a matter of fact, I know what I'm about to do. Keep telling him how one was sitting in the courtroom. Oh shit! Okay. So what caught me off guard is the truth. Okay, one of the super fans, she went to the trial on her birthday in New York, and she was sitting in the courtroom with a tiara on.
And she was also snoring in the courtroom.
Wow.
Oh, and also they did sidewalk chalk art.
Yes, they did sidewalk chalk art. Yes, they did. Talking about free R. Kelly, fly, believe I can fly, and they put hearts and all these things. It was crazy. Earz, I am sharing my screen, so I don't know if you can stop sharing.
Okay, I see it. I got
right, there we go.
Okay, here we go.
Earz, one of your mods, I think Unity's, I think he or she is your mods. I don't know, somebody, I don't know if they made them upset.
I don't know I don't understand what he wants me to do. I mean, I don't even know what's going on in the chat. He's saying somebody disrespecting him, but he has a mod stick. Anybody that's disrespecting him, he can get rid of.
Right, anybody that's disrespecting any of the guests or the hosts.
We're having, I don't know what he's talking about, some hate for him and stuff. I don't know. There's nothing I can do about that. I totally understand, bro. We're just gonna continue on with the content, bro.
Okay.
Right.
I appreciate you, and I hope that I told you, you got a respectable word over here. Whatever you want to suggest to me, email me. Let me know. I don't know what you want me to do right now, but go ahead.
He said, "Take my wrench, take it. I don't want it." What?
I understand
Okay, there's some craziness going on in the chat, but we're not going to get distracted with that. You're right.
Yeah, we're just going to get distracted. Just keep going.
All right. Earz, take the comment off the screen.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. All right. So let's continue. Let's get back to work. All right. So now, let me read the last. So now she questions him. The prosecutor questions Lewis. What did you do next? Did you stay at the defendant's house? And he says, not yet. He walked me outside and he was like taking me near my car. And I'm like, I thought we was going to the studio. You said you got some people over here and they was going to listen to my music. And he was like, man, not today. man, something came up and I can't even do it. And he just gave me a couple of dollars for gas and I went home. The prosecutor says, now, you said that you had thought that you were going to go into the studio. What made you think that you were going to go into the studio that day? He says, Robert told me that over the phone. She said, the defendant? He said, yes. She said, after the encounter in the defendant's garage, did you continue to see him? He said, yes. Why did you continue to spend time with him? He said, because I really wanted to make it in the music and in the music industry. And you testified that you went to the Markham Field House to play basketball, or you went to the Markham Field House where the defendant was playing basketball. Do you recall that? He said, yes. She said, did you go to the Markham Field House again after that first time? He said, yes. She said, did you eventually start to play basketball with the defendant? He said, yes. How often would you play basketball with him? 3 to 4 times a week. And how did it come to be that you would play basketball with the defendant? Well, as I keep going as a spectator, eventually someone that was on his team got hurt. And Junebug told him, let's see what Lewis got. Let's give Lewis a shot. And I got to play. And how would you know about a basketball game? He said, I would get a call or a text from Junebug, and he would tell you that the defendant was going to be playing basketball. And he said, yes. Or sometimes I would just pop up at the field house because it was around the corner. It was around the corner from what? He said, McDonald's. She said, now, in the months and early years after you first met the defendant, where else other than the basketball court would you see him? He said, at parties. Where were the parties held? He said, the house in Olympia Fields. Then the prosecutor says, and you testified that you played basketball with the defendant at the court in Markham, where there were other locations in Chicago where you also played basketball with the defendant. He said, yes. Where were they? She said, where was that? He said, out west in California, Jackson Street. And what, if anything, do you remember about that particular location? He said it was a church. And other than Junebug, was there anyone else who you would learn about the basketball games from? He said, yes, eventually Tom. Who was Tom? From what I understood, he was like an assistant or some help to Rob. Then Ms. Getty shows, I'm showing the witness Exhibit 31, and it's a picture of the guy, Tom. And then she says, is that Tom who would sometimes tell you about the basketball games? He said, yes. She said, now you testified earlier that you went to parties at the defendant's house in Olympia Fields. Other than that first one that you went with your parents, is that right? He said, yes. Would you go by yourself or with others? He said, it was a couple of times I went by myself. I eventually brought others with me because it made me more comfortable. She said, can you describe the defendant's Olympia Fields residence? He said, sorry, what was that? She said, yeah. Can you describe the defendant's residence in Olympia Fields? He said, inside? She said, yes. He said, yes. He said, when you first walk in the door, straight ahead is a big living room area where it looked like more like a club. It has a stage to your right, and then on your left hand side, there's a huge kitchen, a very big kitchen. And then if you keep going down the hall, he has a shark, like a shark tank in the wall with fishes and sharks in it. And then as you go down farther, there's another bar area. And off the bar area, there's a swimming pool area that looked more like a rainforest. And then she says, and the swimming pool area, is that an inside swimming pool or an outside swimming pool? He said, indoor. And you testified about a bar area. What, if anything, was that bar area called? He said, the 5-Star. Can you describe the defendant's studio at Olympia Fields? Did you say the studio? She said, yes. He said, yes. And he described it as a couple of pianos in there. It's like a basic studio, I mean, very big studio. And then she says, and how did you get into the studio? He said, I would always go through the back way area, and there's lots of stairs that lead you downstairs to the basement. She said, while you were still in high school, your senior year of high school, were you bringing friends to the defendant's parties at Olympia's Fields at that time? He said, yes. And did your friends include both males and females? And he said, yes. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification, Exhibit 67. Do you recognize what's shown as 67? He said, yes. Who is that? He said, Aquila. Is that one of the individuals that you brought to the defendant's house while you were in high school? He said, yes. Government offers 67. No objection. Okay, now they're putting that in. Then they put in Exhibit 91, and she asks, do you recognize that? He said, yes. And what is or who is that? Just the first name, please. And he said, Kendra. And was Kendra one of the individuals who you brought to the defendant's parties while you were still in high school? He said, yes. Then the government's offering the exhibit. And then she says, and do you know Kendra's last name without saying it? He said, yes. Then they're showing 91A, and it's a photograph. And he says, she says, is the name written, first of all, is the photograph shown in 91A the same photograph that I just showed you in 91? He said, yes. And is the name under that photograph the true first and last name of Kendra? He said, yes. All right, so they're offering that. And they showed it to the jury only. Then she says, and now you testified that you also brought male friends to the defendant's house while you were in high school. Is that correct? He said, yes. Now, Ms. Geddes is showing evidence. Do you recognize who was shown in Government's Exhibit 68 without saying the first or last name? He said, yes. Then she said, is that one of the males that you brought to the defendant's house while you were still in high school? He said, yes. And I am showing, well, do you know the true without saying it? Do you know the first and last name of the individual? He said, yes. And what is the age difference between you and the individual shown in 68? He said 1 year. So is the individual in Government Exhibit 68 younger or older than you? He said younger. So that means that this boy, Lewis, was 17, and his male friend that he brought over was what? 16. So, yes. Then she says, where did the individual in 68 go to high school? He said, same high school, Hillcrest. And when you were a senior, was he a junior at Hillcrest? He said, yes. Then they're showing another exhibit, 68A. Is that the same photograph that you just saw? He said, yes. And underneath that photograph, is that the true first and last name of the individual? He said, yes. Now, do you recall some of the occasions in high school when you brought some of your friends to the defendant's house? He said there was a couple, but the one that mostly stuck out to me was the day I graduated from high school. And she says, and approximately when did you graduate from high school? He said May of 2007. And what happened at that particular party? What was it for? He said it was for his album release party. She said, do you remember which album? He said, yes. She said, what album? He said, Double Up. And where was the party held? In his Olympia field house. And did you bring friends to that particular party? He said, yes. And among the friends that you brought to the defendant's Double Up party on your graduation day, did it include the individual shown in the Government's Exhibit 68, which is in evidence? He said, yes. And also the individual shown in Government Exhibit 91, who you identified as Kendra? He said, yes. and the individual shown in 67? He said yes. I'm sorry, I'm going to show you government exhibit 68 just so that the jury can see. How did you get to the party at the defendant's house on graduation night? He says, my mom had dropped us off. And what happened when you arrived? He said, we couldn't get in. We couldn't get in unless you had the CD. What did you do? My mom took us out to the store to get the CD. She says, what CD did you need in order to get in? He said, we needed the CD for the release party, the Double Up album. She said, did you return to the defendant's house? He said, yes. What happened when you returned? We all came through the gate, and some of us had to sign waivers. And what do you mean by waivers? He said, like, can't take pictures, no pictures inside the house. Oh, did you sign a waiver when you went to the Double Up party? He said, no. And what, if anything, did you see some of your friends who had to sign, who did sign a waiver? He said, yes. What, if anything, did your friends provide when they went to sign that waiver? He said, I'm not 100% sure. I just know they had to sign them. They had to sign a waiver? He said, yes. You testified earlier that the individual shown in 68 went with you to that Double Up release party at the defendant's house. Was that the only party of the defendants that you brought the individual shown in 68 to? He said, no. Were there additional parties? He said, yes. What, if anything, did the defendant say about the individual shown in government exhibit 68? Sorry, guys, I'm getting tongue-tied. I'm trying to
be like that. It be like that sometimes.
Right. So one day we had a conversation on the phone. Lewis says, one day we had a conversation on the phone. He was telling me, he asked me who he was, and I just told him that was my friend. So Rkelly called this kid and asked him who was that boy. And he responded, that's my friend. And then he told me, he's pretty funny, man. Just keep bringing him with you. He's a funny dude. Now, this is what Rkelly said to this boy, to bring the 16-year-old. He's a funny dude, man.
What's up, Michael Henderson?
Right. Keep bringing him with you. He a funny dude. Right. Mm-hmm. Then she says, and in those early years when you first met the defendant in or around 2006 and 2007, what, if any, interactions did you see the defendant have with the individual shown in the government exhibit 68? He says, I just remember us going to a party and him coming back to me. It was like anytime we would come to a party, it's common courtesy to greet whose house it is. So we go up to him and greet him. And this one time he came back after greeting him and told me he gave him a piece of paper. Then the prosecutor says, and when you say that it's common courtesy to greet him, who is this him in that sentence? He said, Robert. And you said that at some point he came back. Were you talking about the he in that sentence? Is that the individual shown in 68 or the defendant? He said he came back. That's shown on the screen, meaning the boy came back. And what, if anything, did he show you? He showed me he had a piece of paper in his hand. What was on the piece of paper? He said his phone number. She said, whose phone number? He said, Robert. The defendant's? Yes. After that initial time, the defendant's garage, where the defendant gave you oral sex, did you continue to have sexual encounters with the defendant? He said, yes. Were any of your sexual encounters recorded? He said, yes. How? You know, on a camcorder, tripod, or an iPad. And when you say on a tripod, what do you mean? He says, basically a tripod holds the camera up. There was like a camcorder on top of the tripod? He said, yes. And on other occasions, did you say the defendant also used an iPad? He said, yes. How were you able to see that those sexual encounters were recorded? He says he would set the camera up. The prosecutor says, the defendant? And he said, yes. And were you able to see what was recording? He says, I can't see what's recording, but I know where the camera is angled to. And was the camera angled towards you and the defendant engaged in the sexual encounter? Mr. Keke, which is Rkelly's lawyer, says, objection, leading the witness. And the judge said, overruled, sit your ass down and shut up.
This is what y'all stepping in the name of
Wow.
love. This is who y'all comfortable stepping in the name of love to and shaking your legs. This is who y'all comfortable with shaking your legs to. Well, go ahead. Continue.
So then he says, yes. He says yes to the sexual encounter that he was recording. Then she says, what, if anything, did the defendant ask you to call him? Lewis says, Daddy.
This is what y'all listening to. This is what y'all chose to look at the music and overlook this. That's
right.
Put it out there.
Right. Again, what, if anything, did the defendant ask you to call him? He said, Daddy. And what was that? He said, Daddy. And she says, how, if at all, would the defendant characterize your relationship with him? He said, as our relationship got stronger, he would call me more like a brother. I was his little brother. So now Rkelly's molesting his brothers. Okay? Right.
Musty motherfucker.
Then she says, at any point, did your sexual encounters with the defendant include anyone other than you and the defendant? And he said, yes. She said, do you remember the first time that it included someone other than you and the defendant? And he said, yes. All right, trigger warning, guys. Trigger warning. Okay. So now she says, where were you when this happened? He says, at the same place, in the boxing room, the boxing ring area of his house. She said, in that detached garage? He said, yes. She said, what happened? He said, we had came in the garage area, and then he had snapped his fingers 3 times, and a young lady came from under the ring. And when you said we had come into the garage area, who was the we? He said, me and Robert. And who snapped his fingers 3 times? He said, Robert. And you said that a young lady came out from underneath something. Is that right? He said, yes.
Can't make this shit up.
Say it again?
Can't make this shit up.
No, really can't. Really can't. Then he says, yes. She said, where did you first see that young lady? Where did you see she came from? He says, from under the boxing ring. She said, what happened after the defendant snapped his fingers 3 times and the young lady came out from under the boxing ring. He said she came out and he told her to come here. She crawled over to him and gave him oral sex. And he told me to pull out my pants, to pull my pants down, and told her to do me the same way that she did him. Dun, 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 dun. And guess who that girl was, guys? Guess who that girl was? Joycelyn Savage.
Hold on, who is that?
Joy Savage is the other girlfriend that's still with R. Kelly right now.
Oh.
And no one knows where she's at. But we will find out.
So the bitch should sleep under a boxing ring? I mean,
Yep.
How does that work?
Right. In other words, he set it up that way and told her, because this is what he would do. He would tell the assistants, listen, tell her she has to dress sexy. She has to be in this hotel room at this time, or she has to stand on this part of the stage, and she has to wear these clothes. That's what he would do. So whenever something would happen, everything was already ready and set because his entourage, his managers, his assistants all helped him with getting the girls to the concerts, getting them to the hotel rooms, as well as the boys, and doing all these things. He had people aiding and abetting for him. He had an enterprise that didn't realize they were doing criminal activity. Some of them knew, and some of them really didn't because they really, really took a blind eye.
Who the
Some
fuck
of these
will
people
make
were like,
stuff
damn,
like
these girls look young. I
Who the
mean,
fuck
come
will
on, if you
shut
got to
up?
go,
Who will lie
let
about
me just say, wait. Let me say something, Keith. When I was 16 years old, all I had to do was dress up cute and be in some nice outfit, put on some lipstick and eyeliner, and I looked like I was 18. You understand? And when people would approach me, they would be like, so how old are you? And I'd be like, I'm 16. And they'd be like, what? I thought you were like 18, mamita. They would either want to continue talking to me or they would walk away.
Okay, Joycelyn was of age. Okay, hey, she was of age. That's what she wanted to do. If
Yes,
she
Joycelyn was
under
19
rain, that's
years
up,
old.
that's up to her. I'm cool with
Joy
that.
was 19 years old. She was
Okay,
not
get your-
underage.
Okay,
She was of age. She was of age. Yes, she was.
Get your freak on. I ain't got no problem with that.
Right.
But wait.
These girls.
Wait, Earz, that's where the sex trafficking come in, because when you make someone have and do sexual acts or have sex with someone against their will, coercion and all that, that's where all of this comes in. That's what he was found guilty of.
Right. The coercion, enticement, persuasion. That's part of
So
child
they
sexual
was-
exploitation.
So he was saying that he was persuading the young man by having the woman give him oral sex on the
Right.
Yes.
To give him his fantasies. Remember what the kid said.
You're right.
I have fantasies of having more than one woman. So he's breaking him in to giving him his fantasies.
So you feel
Even
like
though he
that's
wants
so you,
music,
so you feel like that's what they're what's in this transcript, that's what they were trying to prove by questioning him in that way.
right.
Okay.
And this part and remind you is this was an uncharged act.
Yes,
Right.
this was an uncharged act. I explained that to them. I explained that to everyone. That
Okay.
he's
Good.
just a victim witness.
Yep.
He's an uncharged act. That means they could have charged him if they really wanted to, but they only used the 6 girls. But these people here, like this boy, is corroborating evidence, and they can use these uncharged acts in RICO cases.
Yeah, but
Which is the Man Act, which is what they were
The
going
Man
after.
Act, yes, he was charged with the Man Act, which is modern day slavery,
a certain kind of RICO,
also known as white slavery back in the day when it originally came up.
Oh, and real quick, 'cause I want y'all to keep going with this testimony. Real quick, with all this talk about the Mann Act was a racist act, the Mann Act was known as the White Slavery Act because in 1910 there was a white woman that was actually originally charged and convicted of this act because she was transporting young white prostitutes over state lines.
Right.
So it's so funny how this was all, this is all what the fans will tell you, that it was a racist white man, it was a racist act because Jack Johnson, he got charged and convicted of the Mann Act.
Right. And then Charlie Chaplin came after that.
And also let me put this in.
Charlie Chaplin is a white man.
Okay, but that's not even the real kicker. The real kicker is about this whole Mann Act that the fans like to spin around, talking about somebody charging black men. No. They didn't say nothing about this Mann Act being racist till Judge Joe Brown said it. Y'all don't remember? It's so funny how everybody forgets that. It's so funny how everybody forgets that.
Right.
Yeah.
They did not say anything about that Mann Act being racist in 2019.
And let me let you guys know too that the Mann Act is also created for immoral purposes, right? So the immoral purposes would be, say for instance, you Earz, right? You have a wife, right? Say you decide to want to cheat on your wife, right? Now, you want to go on rendezvous, you live in Illinois, and you feel like going to a hotel in California, and you pay for the flight for your mistress, okay, to go meet you over there in that hotel in California. If she felt like being a bitch and you did something wrong to her, and she said, you know what, fuck you, I went over there for you, and you did this to me, and you paid for this, and you paid for that, you could go to jail for the Mann Act because you crossed that woman's state lines for an immoral purpose. You went to cheat on your wife. That is immoral purpose. You going to jail, my man. Okay? It don't matter if she's 22, 19, 35, 68. You're going to jail. Okay? Look up the Mann Act. It's very deep. There's a lot of different rules to the Mann Act. Okay? A lot. So that's why they want to abolish the Mann Act, because anybody could cheat on their girl and go across state line with some next chick, and if you pay her with presents and this, that, and the third, that's for your self-gratification. Now, if you decide to pay her and give her $200, now you're treating her like a prostitute. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. That's why a lot of these supporters are complaining about the Mann Act, because they see that this is a trap. And technically, it was made for the trap, but now it's used broadly, mainly for human trafficking and sexual exploitation of people. So let's continue. Okay, I wanted to break that down. There's another day I'm going to do a live, and I'm going to talk about the Racketeering Act, all that good shit. I'm going to break it down. Okay? All right, so let's continue. So now...
What's good, SoFly?
¿Qué pasó, papi?
No, I was speaking to one of SoFly, one of the visitors.
Okay. Hey, SoFly. So now the prosecutor asks him, so what happened? He says, then she went ahead and did it. So now Joy's on her knees giving him oral sex. So now the prosecutor says, she gave you oral sex? He said, yes. She said, did you hear the defendant say anything else to that young lady that day? He said, yeah. He was telling her to say she likes me, to say my name, and he wanted her to say my name. Did you want that young lady to give you oral sex that day in the boxing ring? He said, I didn't mind it. It was just a weird situation being with another person, another male and a female. So it just was uncomfortable. It was uncomfortable. I wouldn't mind if it was just me and her, but it was uncomfortable. So, was it just you and her? He said, no. Who else was there? He said, me and Robert. Can you describe the young lady who gave you oral sex after the defendant snapped his fingers 3 times? So she was caramel skinned and had long hair, very petite. That's all I can remember. Had you seen her before that encounter? He said, she looked familiar, like maybe one of the girls from the basketball court. But it was really hard to really know if it was her for sure because they always wear baggy clothes. So they look a little different when they at the basketball courts. What, if anything, was she wearing when she crawled out from underneath the boxing ring? He said she was naked. What?
Damn. So she was under the boxing ring naked?
Butt naked. Waiting. Butt naked. Cause
I wonder how long she was waiting under there.
Who knows how long she was in there waiting? You never know.
Wow.
That's what he would do to the girls. Make them wait hours, days, and then starve them. Make them have to hold in their piss in a cup in the room, piss in a bucket, piss on the sprinter, things like that. Did you ever encounter the defendant when you were intoxicated? He said, yes. What happened? He said, I remember the time when I was at the party and I got so intoxicated and I was very drunk. So I passed out on the couch. She said, where was the party? He said, this party was held at the 5-star inside the house, Olympia Field. The defendant's house in Olympia Fields? He said, yes. And you testified earlier that the 5-star was that bar area on the first floor. Is that correct? He said, yes. He said, she said, what happened? He said, I just remember me passing out on the couch. And then I woke up that morning and he was in there. Who was the he in that sentence? He said, Robert. She said, the defendant? He said, yes. She said, what, if anything, was the defendant doing when you woke up? He said, I just remember it was very blurry. So I just remember him getting up and just seeing if I was all right. And he kind of like left. But to me, it felt like he might have gave me oral sex. Was anyone else in the room when you woke up that day besides you and the defendant? No. Now the judge says, is this a good time to take a break? She said, sure. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for lunch. Please do not talk about the case at all. See you at 2:15.
And I guess that's where we'll have to take our break at too, shit.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a break. I'm gonna take go to get some water and let's get some questions maybe from the chat, maybe.
This is who they was protesting for, y'all. This is who they was protesting for.
They still are.
The link is still in the what's name. So I'm gonna play some.
They got Kwame Brown, Whack 100, Star Report, and everybody else involved.
I'm gonna play your video so all us can take a break. I'm gonna play your video of you explaining what the judge had to say about the email.
Not the judge, the prosecutor.
The prosecutor. I'm sorry, the prosecutor.
Say the joke, y'all. Say the joke, y'all. Come on. Come on the link. Tap the link. Tap that link. I'm gonna need y'all to defend this one. Tap the link.
If y'all have any disputes or anything, tap the link. Come on up. So I'm about to let this play so everybody can roll up, do what you got to do. Matter of fact, I think I need to run to the store real quick. Yeah, 5-minute break.
Go to the store. Then we go on mute.
It's a break, but it's not a break because I'm playing her video from her page where she was explaining what the prosecutor had to say about that email that they're saying that was
responding to Bone Jean's motion to compel, where his lawyer drew up a motion to find out what was going on with the BOP situation, and then the government came back and responded. So the video you guys are going to see is the government responding to Jennifer Bonjean's motion.
Y'all say y'all want a music break? Well, y'all can recommend a song. Go ahead and recommend a song. Y'all let me know.
Oh, okay. Life.
What you want to hear?
Jodeci, don't play too much of it.
Well, no, because I can't. Yeah, I don't want to get no copyright strike. So it got to be.
Y'all protesting for. Y'all protesting for this nigga. Sorry.
My subscribers, they know my list, so they probably want to hear something. Just listen to the content.
Oh, so go ahead, guys. Pick one. Pick a good song for Rkelly.
Okay. Is that pick a good song for Rkelly?
I'm gonna go use the ladies' room. I'll be right back. Let me go on YouTube.
I'll pick a good song for Rkelly.
Yeah, I just got me a water at the heart. I just relit my spliff.
I'm gonna just play a little bit.
I'm going on mute.
Okay.
Me too.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this, y'all, until I can pull up the car. Oh, you say play Tasha K, go get it. I got Mom Boss requesting her son's song. I got somebody requesting Big Mad, Little Mad.
No. Play Life. That's the song he wrote for Casey and JoJo. He was speaking it into existence. Play Life. For the Life soundtrack.
We can't play Life. Life, he's gonna get a strike for it, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I get it. I get copyright.
I've done it before, and I've had to remove the song because they were like, if you don't remove that shit, bitch, you're gonna have a strike.
But I'm about to play some of this video in real quick while I go get some water anyway.
Yeah, break time. This investigation retired immediately after these crimes came to light. Based on age affidavit, although it appears that it has been swept under the rug since no indictments have been filed in a case with a serious and very clear violation of federal laws. Notably, the BOP officer at the heart of this investigation retired immediately after these crimes came to light. Based on Agent Lau's affidavit, it is suspicious that Officer A has not been indicted in connection with what appears to be plain and obvious violation of federal law. Now, she says, wherefore, defendant seeks an order from this court commanding the United States Attorney Office to produce all information related to the investigation of the BOP officer who assessed and stole his confidential information that not only made its way into the public domain, but also into the hands of a government cooperator who claims to have assisted the government in its prosecution of defendant. Oh, I'm sorry, that part that was coming up was from the lawyer's motion, his defense. That was his defense motion. The next one is the
Oh, okay.
prosecutor. Yeah, the prosecutor
Okay, and,
starts at 109. 1 hour
109?
and something like that. Yeah.
Hour and 9?
Yeah.
Okay,
Starts
it's
from
coming
there.
up. Is that 108? It's coming up.
Okay. So it's coming up now then.
Yeah.
This is what she's suspecting. All because people want to come up with conspiracy theories and throw things in there like there's really an issue when there really isn't. Okay? So Kwame Brown, please understand this. Okay, the Star Report, gorgeous gorgeous Andre, and WAC 100. Please understand this. Okay, this was brought up already by his lawyers. Okay, July 31st of 2022. Okay, then now comes the government to respond to Miss Bonjean's motion to compel. So, the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, the Eastern Division. We know that the judge, the Honorable Harry D. Lenweber, is the guy in charge. And this was all going down right before Rkelly's Northern District of Illinois Chicago trial. Okay? Now, the government's response to the motion to compel regarding the DOJ OIG investigation and Larry McGee. Okay? The United States of America, by its attorney, John R. Lausch Jr., at the time, who was working this case. Okay? He's the one who answered answered Bonjean. Now, he states that him, by being the attorney, respectfully submits the following response to defendant Kelly's motion to compel regarding materials from a DOJ investigation, okay, and communications with Larry McGee. Now, for the reasons stated below, defendant's motion should be denied. Now, here's the background again, right? So the government's going to explain the background in their way. On or about November 22nd of 2019, Federal Bureau of Prisons staff at the MCC became aware that a YouTube blogger known as Tasha K revealed information relating to Kelly's prison visits and communications with his girlfriends while he was being housed at the MCC. Okay? So this is the breakdown. Okay? Now, example A to the defendant's motion affidavit at 3, that the agents from the Department of Justice, the Office of the Inspector General, which is the OIG, began investigating and searched the internet to obtain further information about what Tasha K disseminated on YouTube and other social media platforms. Now, the OIG learned that between November 7th, 2019 and January 12th, not the 8th, but the 12th of 2020, that Tasha K posted or discussed the following information on social media platforms. This is what she did. Okay. Tasha K discussed this information on her social media platform. Now, according to what the government saw, okay, because the government got a chance to see what was the stuff, the items that were looked at from the agent. So the prosecutors looked into it and saw the stuff. They saw the content of what was in the affidavit, what was found in the search warrant. Okay. So what there was one, a photograph that depicted Kelly's visitation list. It was a screenshot, okay, of a visitation list. This is what Tasha K had. This is what the BOP officer shared with Tasha K, okay? A screenshot of Rkelly's visitation list. That's one. Number two, there was content from a phone call involving Kelly and two women with whom he was in a romantic relationship with at the time. Okay? So the BOP officer shared a picture of Rkelly's visitation list. Also, audio, okay, from a phone call involving Kelly and two women, okay, which was Azriel and Joy, okay, two women, a phone call involving Kelly and two women, okay, and number three, emails between Kelly and one of those women.
Now, we definitely have went over this. And like we said, that was the, what did you say? Was that the prosecutor? That was the recommendation?
Yes, this is the government's response to Rkelly's lawyer's motion asking to investigate the BOP.
And they responded by saying, okay, everything that you're telling us right here, we just pretty much right,
because right there it's just basically telling you, he said from what he learned, the prosecutor's like, well, from what we learned, this is what we found out. She had a photograph, she had content from phone calls, she had emails, and that was it. And they collected the materials that they needed to. And they found out that this has nothing to do with the case. Whatever she did, that's her business. That's separate.
And even what she told on her channel, all she did is read off some stuff. She didn't actually put it up there. She didn't actually let y'all hear Rkelly and the women talking. She just read off of text. So, I mean, technically, she didn't break. Even Rkelly was saying it. Where the law was broken, when as soon as that officer gave it to
it was her, right? The officer's the one who did wrong. It has nothing to do with his case, though. Nothing.
Because she didn't actually show
like we said, the girlfriend already had left Rkelly. She already had left Rkelly. She just got into a fight with the girlfriend and decided to fucking say, fuck this nigga. Now I'm cooperating. Fuck him.
It happened right on his birthday, January 8th. It happened right on his birthday.
Because he has to prove that's the reason that she decided to testify. You can't say just because somebody told her something or made her mad, that's what made her testify, and that's where the injustice is at.
Right. He's trying to say that by them doing that, they were how do you call that? Witness intimidating. Oh no, witness tampering. They were witness tampering because of this right here.
Actually, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, Mama. Because she was part of the trial already. She just didn't cooperate. She was Jane Doe number 4 at first. And then after she cooperated, she turned into Jane Doe number 5. Now, they already had her in there. She was already living with Rkelly. She didn't leave him yet. They already had her in there from July all the way to December when she left, or November when she left him. So for all those months, she was already in the case because her parents gave up flight text messages and what was it, the iCloud information or whatever.
Yep. They had all that. They had all that in the discovery.
Right. They gave up the iCloud information. I think the plane tickets, the letter, pictures that were on the phone. So they gave up that stuff. So that's how they were able to put Azriel as a victim, as a Jane Doe in the case. That's because Azriel was not pressing charges. It's the government that's pressing charges.
And what me and Diva is telling you when we said that she cooperated with the feds, she didn't even see the emails or whatnot. She didn't even see it because first they blamed the person that me.
So she didn't see the emails. Only thing she heard was maybe some gossip about it.
She heard the gossip, exactly. They're trying to say that Tasha K gave the emails to the father because Tasha K said it on her live.
Right.
I gave Angelo the paperwork. He knows all about it. Da 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 da.
But there's no proof of that, even though they went and investigated it.
Right. And then the father even said it. He said, I never got nothing. So, like I said, she could be exaggerating because she was fighting with Angelo. You understand?
Right.
And then when they actually did investigate, they were like, there was nothing except for communication between Tasha K and Officer A and nowhere else. And they didn't even exchange money for information.
And also it's video documents that was passed around by the super fans themselves that she was on the phone with the feds.
Oh yeah, Azriel was on the phone with the feds.
On the day of his birthday, January 8th.
Yes. She was on the phone with the feds talking about, well, this is where the storage is. And in the storage, he got this, that, and the third. And then she wound up asking her, what other stuff did he have in there? She was like, well, there's a video of me shitting in a cup.
Mm-hmm.
Defecating in a cup, and then he's making me eat it.
What? Hold on. We gotta break that down.
Break it down. Say it slowly, Deetha. Say it slowly.
There's a video of her. She called the feds, and she said to the feds, well, in the storage, he has on one of his iPads a video of me defecating into a cup, taking a shit in a cup, and then putting it on my face, smearing it, and eating it. And then he made me do it again because he didn't like it the first time.
That's in the transcripts.
That's in the transcript. She testified to that shit too. Putting it in a documentary called The Presidents that this low budget producer did.
That's not it. That's not it. There's also what the jurors and the reporters heard was Holly, who also testified in the trial. Let me know which Jane Doe she was. The other ex-girlfriend, Holly Calhoun. That's her last name. Yes, that's what her name is. Yes.
Oh yeah, Holly Calhoun. I was telling him that they actually presented her video in court instead of Azriel's video.
No, they present to Aries as regular. They show the still shots. That's documented.
Right. They showed the still shots, but they didn't show the video. But they showed the video of Haley Calhoun doing that with as well as Haley Calhoun having a threesome with R. Kelly, the nephew, and Dominique.
Well, let me get more graphic than that. They had a video of, and no, the jurors saw the video. The reporters heard the audio of Holly Calhoun splashing piss and shit on herself and saying that I love when your piss and shit is all over me, daddy. That's what the jurors and the reporters heard. But
and then he made her walk back
at your cookouts. Keep playing that. Yeah.
He made her walk back and forth, calling herself a slut, and she's crying, and he beat her, and he spanked her booty and all that shit.
Oh, and there's even more. So we're talking about nephew. The jurors also show a video of Dominique, who was featured in the Survivor R. Kelly.
With the guy we're talking about right now.
Yes, and they got the video of him forcing Dominique do oral sex.
Yes.
On nephew.
Yes.
But y'all ain't talk about that part, now did you? Y'all ain't talk about that, did y'all? No, y'all ain't gonna talk about that. Nah, you ain't gonna talk about that.
No, the supporters never will talk about that. They don't talk about that. That's why we're talking about it today.
They're going to doctors. They're going to call us snitches and stuff. Yeah. Y'all not going to talk about that. It's all good. It's okay. Y'all going to drive past our houses but not do a damn thing. It's okay. It's fine. Look out before your ass. I ain't going to fight your back. Go ahead and drive past where I'm at. I'll be all right.
Right.
You're going to get indicted. I know that for sure. For sure. So you want to.
Knowledge is power. He is in general population. General. Yeah, he's in general population. R. Kelly's in general pop. He's in Gen Pop. He's not in PC. He's been out of PC long time ago. He went in PC when he first got locked up, and they were trying to get him out of there desperately.
Damn. Well, at least he ain't got to stay in, PC shit. That would suck. I mean, that's about the only way he could call in the Kwame channel. He not in PC.
Right, because he gets to get on the line and make them phone calls, okay?
Yeah, because he wasn't, if he was like Dr. Malachi York, which that's probably how they should have had his ass there, how they did Malachi York shit.
Right.
And his case is more sketchier than.
And I read that
if I'm gonna sit here and advocate for somebody and try to, I'm at least got them tell them to look deeper into Malachi York shit, than I will R. Kelly shit, because I believe his shit is more shakier. And if we're gonna look into something, that's who we should be more looking into.
His is real bad because he was dealing with children, like. Little baby children, like 7-year-olds, 6-year-olds.
Right. And I want to really see
Kelly was dealing with teenage children.
I want to see if it was really, what the testimonies was,
Well, if you want, I can send you the appeal decision. The appeal opinion, I think it is, that where they made the decision, but they put the case, I forgot what you call it, damn it. But they put the appeal case up, but it's like an opinion. And they talk about the case.
Well, he said he took a plea deal because he wanted them to release the women. So I want to see how true that was.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
Because it was saying he took the plea deal because they were threatening to, keep the women, and they were forcing them to testify against him. And
yes.
And because his son, the kind of shit I seen his son on, it was on some different shit. So I kind of could see where things might have went different. I don't know. I got to get into the details of that case.
Right. Yeah.
Because there's a group of people that's,
a lot of people that were involved. I mean,
right.
A lot of people,
and there's a lot of there's
didn't
some
want to
women that
testify against him. It's a big thing. Too.
there's some women that retracted their statements also,
Yes.
saying that we're threatened by
And Damon Pryor was part of this bullshit.
right. So I mean, there's other cases to look
Damon
into.
Pryor
You know,
was also part of the R. Kelly case in 2008.
right. Well, I think we can come back and we got plenty more to get into. Diva, you wanted to cover another part of the testimony. Also, do you want to go ahead and give us a preview of what the next part of the testimony we're gonna cover?
We were gonna talk about who was the next. I said, Alex, or we could. Because like I said, if we talk about Asriel Clary, Jane Doe, she did a 3-day testimony. So
well, we can touch on some of hers, and then we can kind of mix it up with some others. So maybe we can, maybe you can grab something kind of juicy on her, or something that she said is shocking, and then we'll cover one of the other plaintiffs. Because I think everybody wants to hear different parts of people who testify and through the transcripts.
So let me
So Earz,
let me go through my stuff.
Can I ask you
I'm gonna go on mute and go behind the scenes.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
With everything that me and what Diva have read, did you know any of this? And I want you to have integrity and be honest. Did you
No,
know
I didn't know the details of the trial or whatever. Of course, I knew what he was charged with. I knew they found him guilty. And I didn't know of him having this whole thing about someone that went into his emails and stuff until he came on Kwame's panel. And well, not till he came on Kwame's, till he came on to WAC, to Adam 22, and they brought that up. So I was like, okay, well, yeah, if they broke the law, yeah, they should be looked into. But then I actually went into when I heard him come up and say, this is the only reason I'm locked up, I was like, hold on, brother, come on now. And I was like, all right, now let's see if they really broke the law, or you just grasping for your last little straws or whatever.
Okay. But I will say this real quickly. I can't remember which platform, was it Court TV or Justice Network? I can't remember, but I can find the videos.
Court TV. Okay, I think I watched him. The dude from Cali.
It was different. It was different platforms, like major platforms that was covering the case, because what some of the legal analysts had a hard time with was how this case was proven racketeering, and they explained it in a segment how one of those charges was solidified. So I'm going to look for that video and give it to Diva, and she will share it the next time you guys come on. But
okay, well, if you find anything, you can email me also at earztothetreettv@gmail.com. So if you find anything you want to send to me and think is a good point.
And like I said, this stuff is documented in black and white. We don't Photoshop it and chop and screw and show just one piece of something. No. If anything, I would tell you this: you get your own Pacer account and you look up the documents yourself. That's what I tell people, whether it's coming from Diva or from the nut job super fans. Get your own Pacer account and you pull these documents up and you go from there. So that way you will see it for yourself, what was going on, and even get the transcripts for yourself. Because what these people was doing, I'm talking about them super fans, they were just emailing people bits and pieces, just like they did just recently with Rack 100. He put an audio out on No Jumper, and I'm pretty sure they sat up there and sent them all these emails of chopped and screwed documents where they highlight and say, look when this one said this and all that, but they didn't touch on them John Doe transcripts. That I can confirm that.
Yeah, because that's what she did when she came on Kwame panel. She only brought the cross examination of the one Jane Doe.
Yeah. Those were the same people kissing that girl's ass when she went home back to her family in November 2019. They ain't start hating her till she flipped. We got that documentation too. Those tweets, we got all of that. We got all of it. All of it. That little documentary precedence, the person who made the documentary, he could thank her for that. She made that documentary. That's the only part that they will play. They don't play the part of those sisters, quote unquote, who was not his sisters. The two white bitches that sat up there and testified in 2008 trial. They don't play those parts. They don't play that. Like, for real, y'all worked up there and worked so hard to free a fucking pedophile.
Well, we're gonna keep digging and we're gonna keep expounding over it. Shout out to Oko, shout out to Diva Divine Light, shout out to Keep the Truth, man. Shout out to all the guests who pulled up, everybody who pulled up.
We're talking about your cousin. What you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Oh shit.
We ain't gonna do shit, but talk shit. We talking about your cousin. What you gonna do, nigga? What you gonna do? Nothing.
Stop capping about me and my cousin, Rob.
Motherfucker ain't your cousin. Yeah, you can't talk to your cousin according to his attorney. You can't talk to your cousin. You can't talk to your cousin. How about that?
But y'all, let's get us some rest. We'll continue on with this tomorrow. I'll get up with you, Diva, and see when you're free, and we'll get back to some more of the breakdown of the transcripts. I know you got plenty of them. I want to hear more. We heard about the young boy.
I found something.
Oh, we got Levi in the chat. Diva trying to play tough.
So we heard about the young boy. So y'all tune in for the next show. We're gonna hear about Mo. Diva got Mo coming out of this rabbit hat, and we're gonna find out if it's worth it to go up here and go out our way and write these folks and try to get Rkelly a retrial.
Never gonna happen.
Hey.
So I guess we'll take it out with, I'm gonna give you guys just a little bit of Jane's testimony here. It's what I'm gonna read right now is the summatation, which is just the summary, the closing arguments from the prosecutor. So this little piece is just kind of give you a little bit of what we can expect the next time. Levi for Kelly. Oh, Levi for Kelly. You want to jump on the panel?
He don't want to do that. Not while I'm up here. He ain't going to do
Levi
that.
for Kelly is R. Kelly's play cousin.
Okay.
Yes. Do you see him in the chat, Earz?
A little bit. Yeah, I see him in the chat. I thought that was just one of y'all play trolls. Somebody that changed their name and just be playing.
Actually R. Kelly's AKA make believe cousin from 2000.
Salute Mitchell Hennessy.
Levi, what you doing, Levi? Do you hear everything, Levi?
Now we ain't going through the whole thing. Charity. I think that's it, right? Sharice. Yeah, she's just gonna give a little. She's just gonna give a little summary of what's coming for the next one. So you might. You can stay. If you can stay up for 5 more minutes, we got you. We getting out there.
Right. I'm just closing right now, girl. I'm about to close out. Hold up. All right, Levi. Make sure you tell the people this, okay? So you don't forget what happened and the reason why R. Kelly's locked up, okay? All right, give me a second. Let me go.
Hey, one of my homies say,
I'm just gonna read it. I'm not even gonna share it. All right.
One of my homie Ford the Split say Poppy one more time for him.
Poppy, what's up, Poppy? You know I'm a real Puerto Rican when I say Poppy to everybody. You hear me? You heard? I'm from Brooklyn. That's what it is. New York in the building. All right. So now, like I said, this is a little part of the summatation, okay? The summary, the closing argument from the prosecutor. So now she says, during this trial, you learned that the defendant went even further, though. He had Jane and others make videos between even more humiliating and degrading things like smearing feces over their bodies and even put it in their mouths. Jane told you about the time when Juice gave her an iPad so she could record herself eating feces. Anna told you also the same thing. She told you that the defendant directed her to use an iPad to make a video of her being sexual and seductive with bodily fluids, feces, urine, and you saw one of the defendant's girlfriends make just such a video. Government's Exhibit 329A, and I'm not going to play it for you again.
That's your cousin.
I submit. What?
No, that's his cousin, y'all. This is his cousin, y'all.
Right. And I'm not going to play it for you again. I submit, though you may never fully erase that searing image of 329A from your memory. This is among the ways you know the extent of control that the defendant held over Jane and his other girlfriends. Now you saw firsthand what the defendant intended to do with all of those materials. All that shame and humiliation, and why it served as such a powerful means of control. In this trial, you saw the defendant try to use that collateral. Okay? So I'm going to leave you there with that. And we will next time go through Anna. Anna's testimony was kind of long, but not as long as Azriel. And then we can go to Jane. So we'll do Jane and Anna next time. I'll do a little bit of both. How's that sound, guys?
Sounds great to me. Well, not what the situation, but you get what I'm saying. So y'all, next we're gonna go over the original 2 girls in the cup or 1 girl with the cup.
Yeah, but, I saw that. I actually saw that video. That was wow.
We're gonna go where they got the motivation for that at.
You know what they call that? They call that scat.
Oh Lord.
There's an actual word for it in the S&M world. It's called scat. It's part of the SNM, the SBDM, I forgot how you call it, BDSM. Bondage and massacre and all that.
So people, when y'all come to the next show, do not be eating. Just a fair warning.
Yeah, make sure you got your wine and your blunts, whatever y'all do, because y'all gonna need that. And don't eat, okay? All right.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome to come up to Keep the Truth. So we're gonna leave it right there. Y'all know what's coming next.
Look at Levi. Levi's like, shout out to Whack.
Yeah, what? Shout out to Whack, man. Shout out to Whack.
Right, shout out to Whack.
Yeah, hey, it is what it is. Hey, like you say, Whack got it.
Secured Robert's release.
He got his motivation. He got his motivation. He trying to get that. He trying to get a piece of that #1 that hit. He just rolling the dice. He trying to see if he can get a little piece of that, man. It ain't gonna work. So I mean, but either way it go, he gonna get a piece of that man music. hey, right now, Kev just selling away his music, hoping to roll them dice, boy. He on his last leg. So it's all good. We're gonna try to kick that motherfucker from under him. So
right.
It don't matter. He on his last leg. We're gonna kick that motherfucker right from under him, motherfucker. So,
right, we're gonna keep, like we always say, we keep our foot on Rkelly's neck, and they don't like it. They don't like it because we spread the true facts of the case while they're out here on the streets rolling with conspiracy theories.
But yeah, let's get out of here, though, Bo. It's getting late. So I appreciate everybody. I'll see y'all on the next one. No problem. Anytime.
Yes, sir. Next time. Let me know when you're ready.
All right.
You already know, sis. I love you. Oh, so
we'll play
I love you too, guys. Thank you for coming over. Thank you so much for the Wabbit family.
Salute the old code.
Salute to y'all. Peace. Don't forget to hit that like button.
Hit the like button, people. Hit the like button.
And if you want to hit the Cash App, hit the Cash App.
Hit the Cash App. Get it.
I'm about to go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it. You know I'm about to get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it. Uncle Luke said, I gotta get it, don't stop. I'm gonna get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. I'm gonna get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. There's so many ways out this bitch to get money. If you ain't talking money, that's the end of the discussion.
I'm big man, fucking little man. Got him in the feelings, got him in the feelings. Niggas, big man, got him in the feelings, got him in the feelings. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, little man. Got him in the feelings, got him in the feelings. Niggas, got him in the feelings, got him in the feelings. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man,
little man. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. Yo, bitch gave me that Georgia Dome. She like to turn up. Are you mad or nah? Nigga, tell me what it is, though. All day, I've been running through your bitch with my whoa. Little man, big man. Nigga, tell me how you feel. Are you mad 'cause I pop your bitch up? Homie, keep it real. Niggas love to hate when I get this cake. Take a bitch out, I ain't talking no day. She saw me so good, put my kids in the face. I'm dipping them dabbing. And fucking and passing. If I ain't mistaken, her name is Jasmine. She a pro on the pole. Got a nigga big man. Got on their feelings. When a nigga start throwing blue cash.
Got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man.
Yeah, I heard she real mad, but it ain't my fault. I can't fuck with a mess ass. Turn up to the fucking man. Bitch, I been in shit, you ain't even got a fucking ass. But why is you really mad? Don't really wanna hit if it don't concern the cash. Got her in the feelings bad, but she can't get mad. Ben told her that it wouldn't last. Locked up, blowing gas. Best like bitch, you know that we talk flash. I know why you probably mad, because I caught a neck from the bitch that you thought you had. Why should I feel sad? Why should I even show remorse for your bitch ass? But I can't help the acting ass, and I can't really help but the swag with my flesh ass. Hit the brakes like the gas. Bought a whole 3-5, you know I had to make it last. Ran through the chat fast, but now I ain't tripping cause you know I'ma get it back. Walked in they looking mad. My whole team smelling like a whole motherfucking pad. Told her bed to relax. They don't come close cause you gon' catch contact.
Got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, got him in they feelings, big man, little man. Now these niggas big blow, y'all wear the same clothes. It ain't my fault that you hot by the same hoes. Walk with a bankroll, pull up on the scene. They be like, there you go. Hit him with the Rico, step back, 3 points in his face just like D0E. Gassed up, come see. The nigga who you wanna be. Cop back, nigga who you supposed to be. Made a nigga rest in peace. Big man, little man, get to him my space. I put it on his ass. We gon' do the whole day. Fuck nigga run a full pace, leave him in the grave. Big blunts keep a nigga focused. Make him disappear, call it hocus pocus. These fuck niggas do the mostest. All my niggas like ghosties. Come out of the night, hit him with the right. But I ain't kinda fight, I do what I like. Lean with the Sprite, got him in they feelings, aight. Got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, got him in they feelings, got him in they feelings. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man, little man, big man, little man. Niggas, you big man. Got them in they feelings. Got them in they feelings. Niggas, you big man. Got them in they feelings. Got them in they feelings. Niggas, you big man. Big man, little man. Big man, little man. Niggas, you big man. Big man, little man. Big man, little man. Niggas, you big man.
Run them out, make them live what they rap. Big cap niggas ain't living like that. Do the most, get too close, you a ghost. Dope is the dope, you get more than a dose. Give all that I got till it ain't nothing left. I don't need no help, I could do it myself. I'm really a chef, cook it right out of left. Run up a check till I run out of breath. Run them out, make them live what they rap.
Finna hate this, your brother 27 with a minor on some gay shit. On this nigga ass at first I wasn't gonna say shit. He couldn't get the hoes, I guess he had to make a lane switch. Acting like a sis, really acting like a bitch. We can talk it out, but I can't understand him with the lisp. Not to mention he be dressing up for views, he wearing wigs. Not to mention nigga 27, out here scamming kids. Foreign coupe, I love to walk around it, capping, so let's talk about it. Laughing but nobody smiling, too old to be acting childish. He didn't want the smoke, brought up my mama, so bro, now you got it. If you know what's best, then close your mouth and keep my mama out it. Now I'm making noise, piss me off and now I'm too annoyed. Nigga play with toys, he play with them and fuck with little boys. I can't just ignore it, water deep just like we finding Dory. I don't have a choice, the war is coming, hope you ready for it. Double cup I'm sipping, you can talk your shit, but leave my family out and I ain't tripping. Don't let this shit go over your head, I really hope you listen. I'm real fed up hearing this and that, you acting like a sissy. Thought I was misogynist, but you keep sneak dissing these women. Problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level, cause you at the bottom, this really too easy. Niggas figure out this fitness problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level, cause you at the bottom, this really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them.
Go outside and hit your damn cigarette. But you think I'm Anton with you. I don't give a damn about that goddamn radio station. I told your ass I got that talking to you like I'm some kind of one of these motherfuckers. I'm not one of these damn with you, Arline. I'm not one of these with you. You mad at me because your ass is behind the goddamn desk doing the damn phone for this and not in the streets like me. Bitch, I'm Anton. Damn, I said Rkelly want to see me.
I'm not even going to waste any time. We're just going to get right into this because I don't know how long he has. But today, my special guest is going to be none other than R&B legend, Mr. Penny Dropper himself, Mr. Rapist Kelly. Everybody give Mr. Rapist Kelly. My bad. Rkelly. All right, just tell me a little something about. Remember the tape that came out back in the early 90s? Do you have any? Could you have any input on that? Could you give me any type of input on how you? Was it you?
If it was you, and I asked you, did you make a tape like this? And you told me no. I said, have you seen the tape? And you say, no. And then I say, well, how do you know it's not true if you haven't made it? That's what you just asked me.
I know what I asked you, but I want to know from your mouth what America's supposed to think.
I want America to know that you can't believe everything you hear, and nowadays you can't believe everything you see.
You're right, but
it's a lot of ways to doctor a tape. There's a lot of ways to make things look like what they're not. Now, I haven't seen this tape, and I'm not interested in seeing this tape.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You're not finna you just skirt. Wait a minute. You're not just finna slide past like. You're not just finna slide past like I didn't just hear what you just said. You just said that you saw the tape, but you're not interested in seeing the tape. Nigga, did you? Nigga.
I know.
Did you see the tape or did you not see the tape? Was that you or was that not you? That's the question. You keep avoiding the question. Why you keep avoiding the question, Kales?
I know that, like I said earlier, I got a lot of problems in my life. I've dealt with I'm dealing with a lot of things within myself. I'm not this perfect guy. I'm not sitting here saying that. I'm not an angel, but I'm no criminal.
I don't know about the criminal part. Anyway, the girl, Sparkle said in an interview, a later interview, she said that was her niece in the tape. She said that she grew up with it in her house, so she know that that's her niece in the tape. And she said that's you in the tape.
Absolutely not. It's not. And not only that, from what I hear, what my lawyers tell me, the
What they
girl
say?
said it's not her. And even her mom and her
was it?
father said it's not
Her
her.
mama and her sister and the lawyer goddamn lie. Kels, do you like young chicks, man?
Yes, I do.
Did you have a sexual relationship with this chick?
A business relationship.
This nigga lying, man.
They're going to always be rumors. And
But why you keep stuttering? And was it a business relationship or was the sex the business?
well, it was business. The relationship was business. And then it became personal.
But you just said that you would. Man, you can't lie worth for shit, Kels, man. You just told me something. That nigga lying, just told me something completely different, man. Do you think these chicks is trying to play you out of your money? The family's trying to play you out of the money? What the fuck do you think? Is it because they say you chicken nugget?
I really do believe in my heart it has something to do with it.
This nigga chicken nugget.
To be continued on the